Good morning, wonderful people. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, sir.
I want to thank everybody here. I want to thank all the organizers here. Us, first and foremost, thank City Councilman Austin Thompson, and also Super Guiding Representative in Georgia, Austin Thompson, for putting this together. My name is Jason Walker, and I am wearing the hat as President of Caribbean Georgia Vote. I want to thank everybody from One Vote Africa who's also involved. And I think it is appropriate that these two organizations are coming together during Black History Month. Especially one of the luminaries of Black History Month is Marcus Garvey from the Caribbean island of Jamaica, advocating for the unity of all Black people around the world. So just one time. So without further ado, I do not know who is there, and I do apologize that I am not there. I could not avoid not being able to be there. I do wish to pay thanks to the amazing Donna McCall, who is very instrumental in building the actual existence of political representation of Caribbean people in office. And I want to say, with respect to Austin Thompson, for continuing that. Now, to those who want to know what Caribbean Georgia Vote is about, Caribbean Georgia Vote literally is an inspiration of seeing a young British Virgin Island lady by the name of Tracy Letchstone advocating for political mobilization of Caribbean people in Georgia, all the way from the 90s until now. And I have to admit, when she started as one of those people who did not really see the value of what she was talking about, but we did see, eventually, the need of what she was talking about. So, ladies and gentlemen, Caribbean Georgia Vote was put together to mobilize the potentially 300,000 Caribbean people who are in Georgia, to make sure that the community has leverage, to make sure the community can bolster the areas of themes and the areas of political initiatives that impact our community. We also recognize that if we mobilize the community, not only can we affect what happens here, we can affect what happens back home. Fortunately, Austin Thompson has seen how One Voice Africa and Caribbean Georgia will come together in a manner that can enhance that for both African and Caribbean communities, which would be necessary for a true mobilization of our people throughout, to really have leverage to make changes that benefit us here and back. I have to thank all the members of the Caribbean Georgia Vote, whether it be Tony Braver, Williams, Tracy Leston, Tracy Austin, Sarah Begg, Deborah Jordan, Chris Roker, Jack Moran, Terrell Patton, members of from different countries of the Caribbean, as we embark on mobilizing our community in a manner that impacts the themes that really affect our community here, and really allow us to have a voice as we exist, live, and raise children in this country. Today, areas of immigration, areas of health, areas of political mobilization will be discussed. The event today is an important cog, an important seed in building the powerful political mobilization of our communities. So I want to thank you all for taking the time to come and to be part of this important event and show the support. And let's move forward where we have the African communities, the Caribbean communities, our children, and then the great communities connected to us to really build this mobilization effort. Today is the beginning of building a powerful community that impacts everything here in Georgia and back in the Caribbean and back in Africa. Thank you all, and let's get busy to have a wonderful day. Caribbean Georgia Vote, One Vote Africa. This is the summit. We didn't know we needed it, but it's here, and we know we have to have it.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Thank you. I know it's early in the morning, but we gotta wake up. First off, my name is Philmon Megastab. I'm an executive officer here at the Eritrean American Community Center. And as a representative of our community center, I want to say welcome. Thank you so much for being here today. Thank you, One Voice Africa and the Caribbean community for hosting the event here. We're so proud and so happy to be able to host this event at our facility. So thank you for coming. I want to tell you a little bit about the Eritrean American Community Center before I go into the event. The Eritrean American Community Center was founded in 1987, and we represent Eritreans here in Georgia. The community was formed by people who moved to America when Eritrea was not even a country yet. We were still part of Ethiopia. We did not gain our independence until 1991. So the people who were here saw a need for our people to come together, and they saw the importance of still preserving our culture back in the 80s and 90s. So since 1987, our community has bounced around from different facilities, and eventually we landed on buying this building back in 2012. So we are very proud of what we've accomplished here. I've heard so many of your compliments about our facility, and thank you so much. It's because of our leadership, not just me, but the people I work with, and the belief that we include the opinions of everyone in our community as far as the importance of making sure we have a place. Because I didn't start serving here until around 2015 after I graduated college, but the leadership who were older Eritreans who have been serving since the 80s saw a need to have more younger people involved with the community. So it's only because of their blessing and their leadership that I was able to serve. And that's a little bit what I wanted to talk about, the goal of the Eritrean community. Not only do we believe in just having a place for Eritreans to come together, but one of our most important goals is preserving our culture. And I think that's a goal of every ethnic community and African community here in the United States. Because for one reason or another, a lot of people have left their countries to come to America. Main reason being giving their children a better life. That was definitely the reason for my parents coming here in the 80s, and a lot of people I know here in the community. So I'm sure that's the same sentiment for every African community. But having a better life, I know one fear that my parents have and a lot of parents have is possibly losing our culture from being here in America for future generations. So I truly believe our community is a way to curb that fear, because we do language courses here, we teach people about the culture back in Eritrea, we do tutoring, we make sure people are able to come meet other Eritreans here. So that, in a sense, is the importance of our community, which brings me to One Voice Africa, which the Eritrean community is a proud member of. One Voice Africa takes what we believe is a community and spreads it out to the greater continent of Africa. So being able to have all African countries come together to share one voice, which is in the name, and be able to use that one voice to say, hey, we as Africans believe this. We believe in that. We want better life for our children. We want representation in local politics and federal government. So that's part of why we're here today, for us to join together, celebrate our elected officials, hopefully find new future elected officials, get people involved in their local communities, get people involved in local politics, and take the things that are important to us and be able to have a dialogue with other African countries. So saying all that, I want to thank everyone again for coming here and joining us at the Eritrean American Community Center. I know this is the first time we're doing this event, but I hope we can do it again multiple times in the future. And I am just so proud and heartfelt to be able to speak here today and once again host everyone here. So thank you.
Once again, it's an awesome time that we can be under the same roof, One Voice Africa, Caribbean, Georgia Vote, where we believe in the variety is the spice of life. I believe we can integrate. I believe we can do great things together. There's a saying that says you go alone, you're going to go very far. You go very fast, but you go in others, you will go very far. And with that mantra, which I embrace daily, I know we are getting places, we are gaining ground, and we're going to go very far together. We're going to make sure that we get where we need to be as a people once again, gaining masses, our voices be heard. and make sure we all gain the recognition which we so do needed, and also the representation that is awesome at this time that we well needed in this trying times. But once again, I want to thank all that make the special effort to be here today, and to make sure not only the effort to be here, but to be integrated and to be a part of the day proceedings. With that being said, I want to welcome to the microphone Honorable Shigun of the Councilman of District 110, my brother, who's going to come and represent us today.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. All right. You got your coffee this morning? No? All right, we'll get there. Well, first of all, let me just do a little correction. So it's Representative Shegun Adeyemi, and I am a representative of House District 110 in Gwinnett, which is Grayson and Loganville. And I'm one of the first 5 Nigerian Americans elected to the State House. And I'm also the first, and I'm going to say this carefully because I know Representative Donna McLeod is here, the first Nigerian Caribbean American elected to the State House. So that makes this event more appropriate. Caribbean, African Caribbean Summit. It's as if you guys made it just for me. Let me first start off by, we have to observe all protocols and recognizing Representative Brenda Lopez. She's here today. Thank you for coming. Definitely Representative Donna McLeod. Please let's recognize Councilman Austin Thompson from the city of Lawrenceville, and definitely the honorary consul from Guyana. Thank you all for being here. Oh, and Barbados, and also the honorary consul of Barbados. Thanks for bringing that to my attention. Thank you for being here. And as I say, all protocols observed. And everyone that is here today, welcome to this first historic event. There's nothing like seeing our community come together in a way that has never been done before. Believe it or not, this is the first state that's hosted such an event, bringing people from Africa and the Caribbeans, who are mostly black, bringing our black immigrant community together. And this is powerful, because not just from an economic standpoint, a business standpoint, but having a voice. And that's why One Voice Africa, along with Caribbean Votes today, is making this step to move our community forward in the state of Georgia. There are going to be a lot of panel discussions today, and I know people are still trickling in. You know how people Saturday morning, we don't joke. We're either starting our business, we're not sleeping in. A lot of us are out working already, because our community has been making sure we have a better future for our kids, and that's why we work all the time. But we need to take time and talk and have conversations about things that are important to us. So that's what we're doing today. So if you have friends and family, I know they're on their way, text them, tell them it's going to be a powerful session today. We have a lot of people that are going to share their experiences and in Georgia and what we can do as a community. Let me just say one other thing. We're going to have a saying in Georgia. And if most of you who know Nigerians always say, Nigeria they carry. What are we going to do in Georgia? Georgia, we must always carry. So we have to make Georgia strong. And the only way by making Georgia strong is having a say that will motivate us, that will keep us forward. So anytime you see someone, Georgia we will always carry first. And I know that's kind of a broken language. Georgians will always carry first. And we do that by growing our businesses, we do that by growing our community. Education is important, making sure we have good health care. These are things that make Georgians strong. So be active in this event today. Talk to everyone that's here today, not just legislators, but the business owners that are here, I've set up today. Let's patronize them, right? Let's make sure that we register to vote. It's very important. The New Georgia Project's over there collaborating with us to make sure that your voices are heard. And your voices can only be heard by voting. And that's why I'm here, because you voted for me, that's why I'm here. So once again, thank you very much. Enjoy this program. Share, let people know. Hashtag, what's the hashtag for this event? Hashtag vote. There's no hashtag vote. Okay. Hashtag one voice, hashtag OVA-CGV. Hashtag CGV. All right. So let's get it out. Let people know about this event, and they'll keep coming in. All right. Thanks. Have a wonderful event, and I look forward to participating in one of the panels later this afternoon.
Yes. The next speaker that I'm going to bring before you is one of the hard-working young men who redefined what hard work really is. My mentor, a man that has many more potentials, office that's set before him that will gain more masses. A man that redefined what it really means to meet the grassroots people, to meet them where they are. And I want to bring before you Honorable Austin Thompson, Councilman of Post Street, to the microphone.
Thank you, thank you. For a minute there, I was wondering if you were talking about me. I was like, who's he bringing up? Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Honorable Council, Honorary Council David Cutting, Honorary Council Marvin Jacobs, all distinguished guests who are here with us this morning. We thank you so much for coming out and being with us this morning for this One Voice Africa Caribbean Georgia Vote event, African Caribbean Community Summit. This is the inaugural event, and it's an inaugural event because there are going to be several subsequent events after this. It's going to be an annual event. But we thank you so much for believing in this vision and believing in the purpose of this event, bringing together the African and Caribbean community. Because in earlier conversations, when I was invited into meetings with One Voice Africa, I realized that there were several similarities between the African community and the Caribbean community. And in conversations with Adafe, who is the president of One Voice Africa and the Nigerian Association Public Affairs Committee, I said, this is even more reason for us to come together and build an alliance with our leadership core. And out of that came a meeting that was convened at the Guyana Association building in December. And then we decided from that meeting, we're going to take advantage of an opportunity to have our very first event. Because it's one thing to just talk about what you want to do and to talk about how we need to come together as a community. But it's another thing to actually do it, right? Words don't mean anything if they're not followed by action. And our African community and our Caribbean community, we have similarities, right, as immigrants in this community. When it comes to voting and elections, when we see the opportunities for Africans and Caribbean individuals to run for office and be successful in elections. In this past election, we had the experience of witnessing 5 Nigerians not just run for the State House, but actually winning their positions. All 5. All 5. And this is a benchmark or a yardstick, this success that we've seen. Because what they have done now is just set the precedence that we can go so much further. That our African community and our Caribbean community can now come together and do things in ways in which we have never done before. So this African and Caribbean Community Summit is the first of many events that we will do together as One Voice Africa and Caribbean Georgia Vote. So we thank you all for coming out today and being with us, again, believing in our vision believing in what we set out to do. And that's to bring our communities together. Because for so many years we've seen opportunities come and go, but to actually have an event where we're literally coming together as two separate communities and building this alliance and collaborating on the community event is something that we can all be proud of. We can all be proud of as an African community, and we can all be proud of as a Caribbean community. So thank you all for coming out. I know we have some speakers on the agenda for today, but who could not make it because there's another event going on. But we're going to get to other speakers as best as possible and move the agenda forward. But thank you so much. We appreciate you. And we hope you have an enjoyable day. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Very aspirational, inspirational, Councilman Thompson. We want to also welcome some special guests who are here today with us. Representative Brenda Lopez Romero. And the President of the Caribbean Association of Georgia, Samantha Samuels. Thank you, you're welcome, you're welcome. Now we love the arts, and right from the Eritrean country, we have the youth dancers to entertain us, the Iriam youth dancers. Welcome. Georgia vote. Thank you, ladies. All right, let's take a moment to mute our phones.
Good morning. How is everyone today?
Good.
We'd like to have you guys stop by voters registration if you haven't registered to vote as of yet. We do have a booth that will help register you. Knowledge is the most important gift you give to yourself, and vote is the most powerful gift we give to each other. This is a saying that was written by our own moderator here today, Donna McLeod. Donna McLeod was born in the island of Jamaica and grew up in Canada. In 2018, she was elected as State House Rep for District 105. As a former representative, McLeod continues to be a member of the National Black Caucus of State Legislators and the National Organization of Black Elected Legislative Women. She's also a member of the Georgia Legislative Black Caucus along with the National Caucus. Ms. McLeod is the co-founder of Community Action Network Initiatives. It's a nonprofit organization that helps educate and inform people of their civic and social rights and responsibilities. Her organization alone has registered over 330,000 new voters for her time and work. 30,000 votes. Thank you, Donna. For her time and work, McLeod has been awarded by Atlanta Community Awards. It's a Special Achievement Award and for outstanding community leadership. Could you please come on stage, Donna? Thank you. Donald was also the first Jamaican to serve as state rep in Georgia. Go, Donald.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, good morning, good morning.
Good morning.
Okay. The next, we have Miss Stephanie Jackson Early. Miss Early was the policy director with New Georgia Project, where she oversees team working to educate and engage our communities around issues at the federal, state, and local levels that affects their lives. She also oversees political education work designed to create a better informed community. Stephanie has worked in progressive politics in Georgia since 2010. Holds jobs advocating for reproductive justice, consumer safety reform, immigrant justice, HIV medication access, and most consistently, women's rights and voters access. Stephanie is a triple dog with undergraduate degree in English and journalism and a Master of Social Work in Community Improvement and Program Development. When she isn't working, Stephanie is dedicated to her husband, her son, and her comic books. Thank you, Miss Stephanie. Can you please stand and join us? All right, thank you. Now we have Miss Brenda Lopez Romero. Brenda is a Senior Assistant District Attorney for the Gannett Judicial Circuit, leading the Justice and Community Initiative. Brenda was the first American Latina elected in Georgia General Assembly, where she sat on the Education, Retirement, and State Planning and Community Affairs. Brenda also served as a chairwoman for the Gwinnett County Democratic Party. Brenda holds a degree from Seacrest University with a National Security and Counterterrorism certificate and a bachelor's degree from Georgia State in Political Science and Sociology. She's also a member of Leadership Georgia, Leadership Atlanta, Leadership Gwinnett, International Women Forum, U.S. Global Leadership Coalition, and Truman National Security Project. Brenda is on the board of directors for Georgia Association of Latino Elected Officials and chairs its Federal Political Action Committee. Thank you, Ms. Brenda. Can you please join us on stage?
Ifat A.M. Walker is from the island of St. Thomas, Virgin Islands. She is the author of Fix Your Damn Credit, a step-by-step guide to understanding and mastering the credit system. She currently serves as executive member and treasurer of Atlanta Fulton Pre-Arrest Division Board, Finance Committee member of Sister Love, Inc., president of Conyers Riverdale Caribbean Association, member of the National Council of Negro Women, and the NAACP, to name a few. Ifat holds a bachelor degree of science in technical management, a master of accounting and financial management degree. Ifat is the recipient of Atlanta Journal-Constitution Hero of Government Award. Could you please join us on stage, Ifat? Ifat was also recognized for 3 consecutive years in the Who's Who in Metro Atlanta magazine. Thank you.
I think you're our moderator.
Good morning, everyone. Can you guys hear me now? Yes. Big up, everybody. Big up. It's morning time, right? Woo! Let's get some energy in this room. Let's get some energy. Okay, so fundamentally, this country is not a country without laws and rules and how to get everything. Pretty much everything that you do in life is surrounding voting, believe it or not. Even what businesses come into your community is decided by the elected official. The reason why an elected official is powerful is not because their own power, but because the people invested and said that they would want you to be their voice. So that's why it's so powerful. Let's start with the very first question. Secretary of State Brad Ratzenberger has called on the Georgia Assembly to eliminate the general election runoff in this state. They are expensive to run and create weariness on the part of the voters. There are a number of ways to address this issue, such as lowering the threshold for votes needed to declare the winner in a general election, currently 50+1. In 48 other states, the individuals with the most vote on election day is declared the winner. Who is in favor of eliminating the general election runoff? What methods would you support doing? And for those who don't support, please tell us why. Let's start with you.
All right, hi everyone. Again, my name is Stephanie. I'm with the New Georgia Project. And so we do support ending the runoff. We do voter registration, we do voter turnout. And so in any given year, for example, last year we knocked about 1 million doors in Georgia, all across the state. So knocked on 1 million doors to turn people out to vote. And we were faced with a challenge between the November election and December election. Some groups came to us and said, can you knock another 1 million doors in between those 2 dates? And we were like, let's try it. Because people aren't going to turn out for that runoff. They just don't know about it. It's also like, there's Thanksgiving in there, there's school breaks, there's finals. And so it also, if you study the history, it was very intentional to keep especially Black people from turning out to vote. That was the whole intention of it. So after going through runoffs, major runoffs, year after year, our staff is tired, our communities are tired. We want to just vote and be done with it. So yeah, we support ending the runoff. The trick is whether it is a plurality system that Ms. Donna just talked about, whether it is what's called a ranked choice system where you just kind of go ahead and decide who you like at once. The real trick is when the system is set up, we have got to make sure that our legislature and our state is setting apart funds to educate voters about that new system consistently. And I'm sure we'll talk about this all through our panel. New laws are passed where there is no funding for the counties, no funding for the localities to do any kind of voter education, and it falls on community members just like y'all to hold forums just like this to make sure that your members know what the new voting system is, and that isn't how it should be. So we can get behind a plurality, we can get behind a ranked choice, but what we cannot get behind is a change to the system that doesn't come with the money to educate voters, that doesn't come with the time to educate our county officials and staff, and it doesn't come with a period of time for people to learn. Because what we expect is going to happen is they're going to say next April, here's your new system to start using in November, and in 6 months we all got to get together in our communities and teach people how it works, because they ain't going to give us money for it. And that's what we got to guard against. So heck yeah, let's say we can end the runoff, but let's do it in a way that makes logical sense for our folks to know what they're doing so that their vote truly counts.
I would simply say that I agree with everything that Stephanie said. The only thing that I would favor more is a plurality system, where at least I know a lot of states what they do is they don't do a strict plurality, but they will do that. You have to at least get it's still a minimum of 40%, so that you're still looking at potentially having someone get a vast majority of the votes and not a very simple majority amongst those that are running. And so I would have that in mind. The other thing with ranked choice, I think ranked choice is very appropriate for localized elections like county, like city elections, because it is a more manageable system at that smaller scale. Statewide is a little bit more problematic. Very few states have ranked choice voting statewide, and the few that do, for example, Alaska, do not, of course, compare in population, not even to our metro Atlanta population. So it's, you know, it's important to think in mind what you mentioned, right? That it's a matter about the nuances of the detail of what system we would change into, but also definitely I will emphasize that if we were to eliminate the 50% plus one, it would free up some funding so that county governments, city governments, and obviously the Secretary of State could in fact utilize that additional resource to provide more of a voter education, so it is not on the issue of nonprofits and advocacy organizations to provide that outreach.
I think what has already been stated, well, starting with my position on it, is I agree 100% that we need to end it. We've gotten into the practice of wearing voters down, wearing them out, wearing organizations out that are doing the groundwork in voter education. And I think at this point, we need to focus on adding more funding, as was stated. There's so many people that when it comes to the runoff, they've forgotten about it. They are worn out, they're tired. We have to get to a system to where it makes sense. Plurality, 100%, we have to have that, in my opinion, as a part of the criteria when this is ended, because I believe it will come to an end.
So I'm going to go, since we're talking about Black History Month and we're looking at some historical facts, I want to remind everyone, the Constitution was written in 1787, and at no time did people of color, especially African Americans, what they were called slaves at that time, they were enslaved, they were not free, and so no input at that time. And let me be clear, there was only one set of people actually written in the Constitution to vote, and that was white men that owned land. So, of course, the enslaved weren't, neither were women, and neither were poor people. So I want just to keep that in context. I'm for the majority vote in some ways, because I think that it is exhausting. Most of the things that are done in this country is done through a prism of race. And I hate to use the word race because there's only one race on the planet, it's the human race. But so let me just say it is done from the premises of basically keeping people of color or people that they deem not so-called American, even though this land was inhabited by human beings before the Europeans came here. So I just want to make very clear that I'm in support of making voting easier no matter what. And that's why I actually started CANI, Community Action Network initiatives. It was exactly that reason, because they stopped teaching the kind of civics in school, and I wanted to educate them. That voter education is very important. So to all the ladies, they just said, I think all of us agree that Georgia's not doing a very good job in making voting easy. Let's go to question number 2. One of the changes to SB 202, which I call the suppression law, and I was a legislator at that time, fighting against this particular legislation that was built on a lie, just a stinking lie. And I'm still pissed. And so this particular legislation, it gave the ability for overseas voters to use ranked choice voting with 3 or more candidates when casting their ballot. Do you support expanding instant runoff voting from overseas ballot to all ballots? And please explain your position.
I think I had already mentioned, for me, ranked choice voting is more applicable and more logistic for smaller elections, not statewide elections. But the reality is that if we go away from the 50% plus 1 requirement to a plurality vote, there would be no need for the overseas ballots to be ranked choice, because their initial vote that's casted would go into the plurality system. So that in itself would not be something that would be needed any longer. But I wouldn't transpose what the overseas ballot ranked choice option. I would not want to transpose that to statewide elections, although I think, again, at the local level, at the municipal levels, it might be more appropriate.
Anyone else want to input?
Yeah, I'll agree with everything Brenda just said, but additionally, IRB has only been used for a couple of votes so far overseas, and hopefully none of your families experienced this, but the ballot itself is very confusing. It's hard for people to follow because it comes with very little explanation. It's the way that it works right now is if this happens, then who do you want this to happen to? And there has not been any real study by the state on how successful that has been and how much people understood that ballot process. There's many of us working right now on putting forward a study committee. That's where representatives and senators get together to kind of really dig into a certain aspect of Georgia. But this would be a study committee on the repercussions of a lot of new voting laws. And part of it would be, how did this IRB work? Because they haven't been looking at that yet. And it's really our position before we start making any massive new voter changes, we need to see this SB 202 and these other laws that we're going to talk about. How have they affected Georgians so far? Because the more we keep changing things, the more people are going to be like, okay, something's wrong with this voting system. I don't want to get into it. We are destroying voter confidence by making so many changes over and over and over again.
Let me say something. One of the things that Republicans or the folks that like to suppress votes like to say is, oh, but you guys showed up. Do you know how much effort has to go into making sure that people show up when these laws are enacted? We have to jump through hoops to get people to the polls, and that should not be. We're either going to be a republic with representative democracy or we're not, period. So, in 2015, outside the regular 10-year cycle of redistricting, the legislature changed 2 districts. I happen to have been one of those districts, District 105, to help incumbents who barely won their races in the prior year. National attempts to do something similar failed in 2017 and 2019. So let me say this, as a person who was affected by this in 2015, they basically took out a majority population of African Americans in 105 and brought the district 105 up into Bethlehem and Decula. So you've got this black Jamaican woman on farms in Bethlehem, Georgia. That's what I had to guess what? Because at the end of the day, if you're going into service, you've got to be there and prepared to get into service and represent everyone. So I went up there, and I got some doors slammed in my face. But at the end of the day, they could not stand the demographics change. It wasn't that they made it easy, it was that change happens and there's nothing they can do to stop it. So to the panelists, what is your position in mid-cycle redistricting, and what actions have you taken or taken to support your position?
So I read the question, so I know the next one, and it's related to this one. So I'm gonna jump ahead, which is, I do favor independent commissions where we don't have the state legislators redrawing maps. And the reality is that whoever the political party is in power at the time is the political power that redraws maps to favor their political affiliation. That is true currently and has been true for Republican legislators, and that honestly would be true had the Democrats been the majority party as well. So for this reason, now I will say independent commissions, there is no system where we don't have humans on that will not incur some sort of bias. But the question is, how do you reduce the bias efficiently or enough where you don't have partisan politics and you don't have issues of choosing what type of voter demographic you'd rather serve within your districts? So the reason that I bring up the subsequent issue that we're going to discuss is because I think that in itself would also eliminate the problem in question that was posed regarding mid-district mid-census redistricting, because if we had an independent commission, it would be upon the independent commission to make that determination whether there are non-political reasons for redistricting to happen. So for example, has there been a substantial increase in population? As we know, for both of us represented areas out of Gwinnett County, our population growth exponentially is growing year by year, so that after 5 years, there may be population reasons why you may want to redistribute a district's lines. Those are legitimate reasons. to do so. And an independent commission may more likely make these decisions based on legitimate reasons rather than simply trying to choose or keep someone in their district where they believe they're too close to potentially having that seat flipped, particularly by another party affiliation.
Thank you. So I've had, they have there's two pieces of legislation. One is HR 18 and SR, which is the Senate a resolution introduced in which the independent commission would be considered. Do you support that kind of a measure?
At this time, I have not put a position on that one at this time. So I won't answer that one.
Okay. Do you have a position on that?
We don't have a position on the specific bills, but we have worked in the vein of what Brenda said earlier on moving redistricting outside of the legislature because it just gives too much power to people to pick their own voters. And so I won't say on the specific bills, but definitely on the idea of it being away from the legislature for all of the many reasons that Brenda laid out.
I'm definitely looking at an independent commission because after enduring redistricting for political reasons, we cannot, redistricting is supposed to be about making sure people get representation. It shouldn't be about political biases. And that's what we had in 2015. And that's what we had in 2020, to be frank. When we did those maps in downtown under the Gold Dome, it was strictly because of political reasons. I know that lines were drawn to ensure that the majority kept a majority. And so I think that I'm very much weighing towards having an independent commission. Okay, as an elected official, running for and holding office includes many requirements for disclosing and reporting campaign contributions to the Georgia Government Transparency and Campaign Finance Commissions. Funding for this commission enforce the law for reporting, conducting investigation into violation, and sanction violators have been cut substantially by the legislature starting as far back as 2008. Please tell us where you stand on funding governance and enforcement of campaign finance law, and that affects you believe would, and I'm going to ask you two here, I'm going to leave you out because you've run for office and you have been elected. So the question, what efforts would you believe should be made to return funding to previous levels?
Well, definitely what we've seen is I'd say obviously more funding for all the types of bills and that we put forward is actually important. And that is a consistent issue that we have in the state legislature where we have additional requirements. So for example, for the county election boards, or that we have for the Secretary of State or the Georgia Ethics Board, as it used to be called. Now it's got a much longer name that I keep forgetting. But ultimately, the elections, the State Elections Board does oversee a lot of the disclosures and a lot of the campaign and election violations. And so there is a need to increase the funding as it was previously, if not more. The question for me is less about the funding in essence of like, how are we legitimately looking at these violations? There are, everyday mistakes that everyday voters may make, and that is a very far cry from voter fraud claims. The reality is that we have very, very few instances, and I mean, we're a population of 10 million people, so we're talking about, one individual that outright is attempting to commit voter fraud. Statistically, that's basically almost non-existent. And so I do support the proper funding for the proper staff to be able to move the cases forward, but without the rhetoric that we have a voter fraud issue, because that is completely not true. And so it's important for us to be able to distinguish these two things by being able to say that any agency should be properly staffed and properly funded does not implicate that there is concerns or issues with our election system.
Anytime there is a threat to funding for oversight of any type of system, in particular for reporting for those that are running for office or those that are currently seated. I have a problem with that. I believe that this office, this board should be properly funded, again, with the proper people that have the proper experience and that have a structured system in place and that are following through for not just the elected officials and candidates that look like me and the rest of the young ladies that are on this board here, but for every candidate and for every elected official. What we often see is that they're picking and pointing at specific ones and not the system across the board for everyone. So I think that we have to be very careful at watching things anytime there's funding taken away from an oversight board of any. We have to be very, we have to pay attention to that because something is wrong as to why that would even be allowed.
So I want to just, on that topic, I want to say transparency is very important, especially the public. So for me, public service means we serve the public. And the public needs to be continuously aware of everything that we do. And so I think it's important for it to be, you know, say somebody violated the law when they just didn't report, you know, something is not correct. And it makes the person look as if they're criminals, and they're not. There's a lot of us that step up to run, not knowing a lot about the system, don't get the right person to be your accountant, do your money stuff, and, you know, get yourself in a little bit of trouble. Doesn't mean that you were deliberate. And I think that that's something that we definitely need to make sure that we're clear about what is you know, so-called illegal or something done wrong versus a real genuine error. But at the end of the day, transparency is incredibly important to me because the public in public service is the most important part of public service. So number 6, currently, if you vote using absentee ballot, voters must apply for an absentee ballot for each individual election. Disabled and elderly voters can request an absentee ballot for all elections in a given cycle. Primaries, general elections, and runoff. SB 89 has been introduced, which provides for a permanent absentee voter list so that multiple requests do not need to be made. SB 101 would also allow voters who apply for an absentee ballot in a general election to automatically receive an absentee ballot in the runoff. What is your position on SB 89 and SB 101? Let me just say this. I've been in this game a long time, and absentee voting has been around the state a long time. It was mostly used by white older voters, and when at that time, nobody had a problem. But in 2018, a woman named Stacey Abrams ran, and she said, I'm going to change the game. She said, I'm going to send out absentee ballot application to everyone. That became a problem because apparently there can be no legislation around the amendment number 2, but amendment number 1, the 15th, the 19th, the 26th, let's have all kinds of laws around that. And I just want to give you guys historical context for absentee voting. It was never a problem. It worked perfectly when it was working for them. The minute it started working for us, then it's a problem. So I'm going to ask you ladies, I'm going to ask you to jump in first.
I think this is our last question from the signs I'm getting. Yeah.
I know they have one more question before time is fastly slipping away from the time. But I'd like to ask their permission, of course, to allow 3 questions from the audience, because I know there will be questions lingering within you. So you can have a minute or 2 to ask 2 or 3 questions. Thank you.
Sure. So we'll answer this super quick. Yeah, we support everything that makes ordering and receiving an absentee ballot easier. We were very opposed and continue to be opposed to parts of SB 202, for example, that made it harder to continue the, do you remember in 2020 you could order an absentee ballot online, just send for it, they'll send it back to you. That's not possible anymore. They've shortened the window for when you can get your absentee ballot. They've cut off time that you have to drop it off in a drop box. I mean, they've done everything they can to make it harder to order an absentee ballot and to get it back. So every chance we have to get back to a system where ordering and returning an absentee ballot is easier is something that we support, that we fight for, and that we build power with our communities for. So absolutely in support of measures to back out on signature requirements that are new, to make the absentee portal open again, to put people on a permanent list for receiving an absentee ballot, to allow third parties to hand out absentee ballot requests again. All of these things need to return to the way they were previously, because we saw record high numbers of people voting by absentee ballot in 2020, especially Black voters, and that scared people in power. And it's for a lot of reasons that Donna just said. And we need to get back to where it's just as convenient and easy as it was then.
What Stephanie said, but I do think that it'd be better to take audience questions.
Yes.
Any question?
There is one question that I would like to address on this, and it's was the next one. It's about nonpartisan races. Do not be fooled by the word nonpartisan. It is partisan. It's all partisan. Gwinnett County, the delegation of Gwinnett County, which I was in 2021 and 2022, we have the majority in Gwinnett County, the Democrats. The Georgia House of Representatives is majority Republicans, and what they did was basically take the power away from the majority in the county and gave it to the minority, which is the Republicans. Nonpartisan, they changed the school board races to nonpartisan. It used to be based on candidates from a Democratic Party and a Republican Party, and anyone who wants to run, but partisan. That's partisan, they say. But they changed it simply because they wanted to muddy the water and basically put somebody in the race that might look like or presume to be what you think they are. So two Black men running against each other, right? One's a Republican, one's a Democrat, but if it's nonpartisan, they feel they can muddy the water. And I'm gonna be very clear about that. It is important for you to understand nonpartisan doesn't mean that it's not partisan. Even the judicial races, they have viewpoints. You're gonna have to do your homework when it comes to nonpartisan races.
Last thing I'd like to add, everything that we've discussed here on this stage is a reminder, we're sitting here in Black History Month. There was a point in time in America where when a Black person wanted to vote, they had to be able to estimate the number of cotton balls in a plastic jar. They had to estimate the number of cotton balls in a jar. What you're seeing right now are the same tricks, the exact same tricks, using different tactics.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you. I will give them a round of applause. Picture.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. They did an awesome job. Deserve a round of applause. Help you to understand your voice is your vote and your vote is your voice. I just want to Mayor Awati Isu is in our midst. I want us to acknowledge him to stand on the scene. I want us also to acknowledge Chris Scott, who is the director of stage play and director of mini movies, and also the former president of the Caribbean Association of Georgia, and just launched also missionary to South Africa and Kenya. Can you stand, Minister Chris Scott? And at this time, I want to welcome to the podium B.R. Burleth, Executive Director of the Liberian Community Association of Georgia. Let's welcome him.
Good morning, good morning.
Good morning.
I feel the energy in here. Do you feel the energy? No, that sounded weak, that sounded weak. Let's have some real energy in here. All right, I have 30 seconds. My message is simple, opportunity. We overestimate what we can do in the short term and underestimate what we can achieve in the long term. We have a huge opportunity here. We have something called numbers on our side, right? And we need to realize that, and we need to figure out ways to capitalize on that, all right? Someone once told me that for people of color, this environment has more opportunities for you to be successful than anywhere else in the country. However, you will not realize that success unless you understand how to join our numbers to that opportunity.
Yes.
So I lead the Liberian community. They say we're roughly around 30,000 Liberians, but that was a 10-year estimate. I think we're more like 50 or 60,000 now. My job, I tell them, is to connect those 25 or 30,000 Liberians to opportunities to create a critical mass. If you add all other African communities and all of our Caribbean brothers and sisters, that's a huge critical mass that we have to take advantage of. So thank you for being here. This is just the start. Let's get it done!
All right, thank you, everybody. Another round of applause. All right, and now we're prepared to go to our second panel, which is the immigration panel. To introduce us to this panel is the Vivian Ayafor, and she is the Vice President of the Ngema Community Association of Georgia and the Vice Chair of TOPAC's Public Relations Communication Committee. Welcome, Ms. Ayafor.
Thanks everyone for coming to this very important, this very urgent summit, bringing all of us together. We really appreciate you all coming. Without taking much time, I will go straight into introducing our panel for the immigration topic. So this is very important because all of us here are immigrants, right? And this topic really speaks to every single one of us. We know someone who has immigration problems. We have family members who are going through them. So this is really important. I'm gonna go straight to introducing our ladies first, always. Attorney Bernadine Lane is a native of Boston and has lived in Georgia since 1980. She is also a citizen of Barbados. She is married to a Barbadian. She's a graduate of Harvard Law School. She focuses on family-based immigration and represents clients in immigration court. Attorney Bernadine, please, can we have you up? Please give her an applause. Thank you. If you all don't clap, she's not gonna come up. So y'all better get clapping. Thank you again. Can someone help her to the stage, please? Thank you. And our next attorney in line is a young, beautiful attorney like myself. I know y'all are gonna say I'm bragging. Yes, I'll brag. So, y'all better be clapping for me. So, we have attorney Marsha Mignot. She's a native of Jamaica. Jamaicans, you better be clapping. She's a native of Jamaica and has lived in Georgia since 1984. She is a double alumni of Mercer University, holding a bachelor's MBA. She is a graduate of John Marshall Law. She has practiced for 21 years in the area of immigration, criminal defense, personal injury, and family law. Please give a hand of applause for her. See, the clapping does magic. So we will introduce our next attorney in line. Attorney Anenaba Akufo is an attorney and counselor at law practicing solely in U.S. immigration law. He appears before all U.S. immigration courts and the Board of Immigration Appeals. He's a Pan-Africanist, like myself, human rights advocate, and author of the book, The Land We Leave Behind. Still love to run and play football. Give a hand of applause to Attorney Anenaba. Now, I see you all are not clapping because he's a man. Can you all clap, please? We're not going to do no pacha here. We're gonna clap for the women and the men. So we will go to our next, the next on the list is going to be an attorney as well, but this time around he's not on the panel. He is going to be the very person moderating this panel. And he's no other than Attorney Pride Ndingwan. He's an accomplished and practicing immigration attorney with over 15 years of experience. He has represented immigrants of all status before the USCIS, the Immigration Court, and the Board of Immigration Appeals. He has also advocated for better treatment and justice for immigrants and refugees in detention centers across the United States. So we equally have our one other attorney. I thought we had the youngest, which was Attorney Mignot, but evidently we have another one. You are not the youngest. So just to correct that in the records. So we have one of our sisters again. She's looking at me, the youngest so far. Come on up, sis, and join the panel. We will go right into...
Wow. How we doing? Okay, now we are down to the crux of the matter. When you have the attorneys up here, everyone's attention is pulled, right? I just want to take this opportunity to thank One Voice Africa and the Caribbean community. More to come. So I want to thank One Voice Africa and the Caribbean community. Once a people start coming together and speaking with one voice, they will be heard. If we are talking in our little corners by ourselves, no one hears us. There is power in numbers. And the fact that we are able to start getting together and speaking with one voice is a good start. Let's keep it up. Now we have, I would say, a collection of over 100 years of immigration experience lined up over here. And we have our own that can represent us when it comes to matters that affect us, and immigration affects us. I will tell you that not only is this panel well versed with the law, they also can understand your culture, and that matters in the law. Getting a cultural understanding of where a client is coming from is very important, and this panel gives that to this community. Please, let's take advantage of our numbers, let's take advantage of our positions, let's use us to represent us. Now, the format is going to be very simple. I'm going to have the attorneys talk about a topic, give an overview of a topic that we think is of importance to our people and our community. And in the meantime, I'll ask them some questions, and after they have all given their overview of an aspect in immigration, I would open it up for the audience to ask some questions to them. I would also give a disclaimer that whatever they say here, please, it's not legal advice. They are simply giving generalities of situations and the law. Your particular situation, you would have to consult with an attorney and give them the specifics of your case so that they can better direct you and give you legal advice. So please don't walk away from here and go do something as what the attorney said. You have to still consult with an attorney in order to get legal advice that is tailored to your particular situation. So that being said, let's get on it. I'll start off with Attorney Ananeba. Give us a brief overview. We all know consequences with our immigration status. And so I would like Attorney Ananeba to give us a brief overview of criminal cases and immigration consequences.
Thanks again. Thanks again. Thanks again, Attorney Pride, for that brief introduction. Very resourceful also. As he said, my name is Ananeba Akufo. I practice before every immigration court in the United States and the Board of Immigration Appeals also. And the topic today for me will be, or for most of us here on the panel, will be about immigration, criminal convictions and immigration consequences, because as each member of this panel will tell you, by the time some of us get before an immigration judge, it might be a little bit too late, because you must have been convicted of a crime, you know, and which has immigration consequences. So before COVID started, I have always gone around, you know, various organizations, communities and churches, and tried to do like a PowerPoint presentation, telling them exactly what to do when you get yourself in a state court, a magistrate court, or a superior court, a lower court. Because when it comes to the law, we have two different sovereigns. We have the state, we have the federal. These are two different places, two different jurisdictions, two different venues. The process and procedures are totally different. So that if you're in state court and if something happens, you should be aware of what the consequences are. Because a little thing like a DUI, as the attorney said, or something like a domestic violence or a robbery, you know, or a hit and run, little things like that. You go to state court and you plead guilty, you just want to be locked up for 6 months or 7 months. But you don't know that the consequences of that plea deal might actually lead you into removal or deportation. So we like to let the community know that if you find yourself in situations like that, please speak with an immigration attorney. Not that the criminal attorneys are not doing their job. The thing is, the caseload of the judges, it's very, very huge. They like to cut these plea deals because 90% of the cases, you know, they never go to trial. So they cut these deals with their state attorneys. And so the best thing is they come for that plea deal, and that's
what you take, and it might lead you into removal. So we will go in depth as we move on with the program. Thank you so much.
Now, Council, a question for you on that. Are there any kind of guidelines that you can give us to the kind of deals that would not have significant immigration consequences that the audience or members of our community can accept?
Yes, so as I said, this is a very broad topic with lots of ramifications, because if you find yourself in removal, I mean not in removal, in state court, for example, let's give a specific example, because that's the best way to do it, because by the time you guys come to us, there is something that has happened, and that's why you come and it has triggered something. Let's say you get yourself involved in a domestic violence, you go to state court, and the state attorney, because this is something that might actually lead into your, you might be imprisoned, your liberty is at risk, so you might be in prison for about 2-3 years, depending on how many times you've committed that particular offense. So if you're looking at 3, 4, 5 years of incarceration, the state attorney might just say, you know what, Mr. X, it's better you cut this plea deal with the state so that you don't go to jail, you go out on probation, or it's a suspended sentence, so that you go back, you live well with your family, and that's okay. But the thing is, because you are not a U.S. citizen, you were not born in the United States, you might be a green card holder, which it just gives you permission to be here in the United States for a particular time period. That might eventually have ICE, Immigration and Customs Enforcement, knocking at your door they issue you something called a notice to appear in the immigration court, which is called an NTA, that they will begin removal proceedings against you. So when you face that particular dilemma in state court, what you need to do is, besides your criminal attorney, who is doing a fantastic job, also ask your criminal attorney. The basic thing is, let them know that you are not a citizen of the United States. Let them know that you are a green card holder. Let them know that this might be your first offense, so that if you plead guilty, it might not affect you. For example, let's take like the domestic violence I told you. If your conviction will be, or the sentence will be, let's say 2 years of probation, you say, okay, oh, good and dandy, I'll take that and run because it's probation, I will not spend a night in jail. But guess what? Under immigration law, probation is a conviction, even if it is 1 year. So what we advise criminal attorneys to do at that level or at that particular point is, you either plead to something less than domestic violence, let's say reckless conduct, or you plead, even if you plead to domestic violence, let's say you're a repeat offender, we might say, okay, don't take 366 days, which is 1 year, takes 360 days. Most judges will want to take that and run, because they will not take you into a full-scale trial where there is a jury and all that stuff, which takes months. So they will say, okay, let's give him 364 days or 360 days. That does not trigger any immigration consequence. And because of that, you don't fall beyond that radar where ICE will see you and come and get you. So that is that particular example.
All right, thank you. Thank you, well stated. Are there any other panelists that would like to add anything to what he said?
Good morning. Thank you all for the opportunity to address you regarding the issues of immigration, which, in my opinion, grossly affects the Caribbean community and any community that is not affiliated with U.S. citizenship. To follow up on the statements made by my council member here, the word confinement in your sentence is a very important word when you are pleading guilty to these underlying criminal offenses. So if you have a criminal defense counsel, make sure if you're pleading guilty, even if it's a probated sentence, that the word confinement is not listed in the court's ruling, because the word confinement is what immigration uses to determine whether you were sentenced to prison time or not. A lot of individuals get the word probation mixed up with I'm not convicted. They also get it mixed up with I'm not sentenced to prison time. and you actually are. Probation is jail time permitted under the law to be served outside of jail. So you are sentenced to confinement. We're just allowing you to serve that time on probation, free to go with your family, but you must report to your probation officer, and there's things you're doing. So a lot of individuals that have contacted me as an immigration attorney, when I ask the question, have you been convicted? Their response is, no, I've not been convicted, I'm on probation. And the response to that is, no, you're not, you have been convicted. And when I look at the sentencing sheet says, I, judge, hereby sentence you to 24 months of confinement. Boom, the word confinement now gave you a 2-year sentence in prison. But you didn't serve it in prison, and now immigration takes it, and they run with it, and they say, that's a conviction, it's an aggravated felony under immigration law, adios, tell your family bye-bye, because you're going home. So I just wanted to piggyback on what counsel had said, that also look for the word confinement in your sentence when you're negotiating a deal with your criminal defense attorney. You say, Judge, I don't want the word confinement in there. Can you change that to straight probation? Because if you change it to straight probation, that changes the consequences as it pertains to the immigration law. Thank you.
Thank you very much, counsel.
I'd just like to add one thing. Permanent residence is not permanent. Period. As my colleague said, don't think that because you're a permanent resident, you are home free. Become a citizen, and I know some other people will be talking about citizenship.
All right. Now let's shift gears here. Your mom is here visiting. Your daughter came to the United States as a student. You got married. You need to adjust status. How do we go about that? These are some mind-boggling questions that linger amongst us in our communities. We all know someone that is in a situation. Adjustment of status while you are in the United States. I'm going to have Attorney Casey elaborate on that. First of all, introduce yourself since you weren't introduced, and then give us an overview of the adjustment of status process.
Hello everyone, my name is Attorney Patience Casey. I'm a managing attorney of Casey Legal Group. I specialize in real estate, immigration, and business law. I graduated from Loyola University College of Law in New Orleans. I've been practicing for about 8 years now, and I am glad and happy to be here. As far as adjustment of status, when my clients approach me about adjustment of status, I like to tell them I need everything. I like to get as much information as possible. I want to know how you entered the U.S., what you've been up to since then. Sometimes the clients have been trying to do this process multiple times. So if you don't ask them questions, they won't tell you. So it's very important to be very open with your attorney. Let them know your family history, your immigration background, because sometimes very subtle things that we don't think about. For instance, if you get, let's say, your birthday wrong, or you forget to put your children's information on your application. Immigration looks at those kinds of things as misrepresentation. So they're gonna say, oh, you are purposely trying to lie to us. We already know this information. We're basically just trying to get you to disclose everything. So when I do my family petitions, it's very important that I get as much information as possible, because there's some things in your background that you may not think is a problem. It's not going to come up. If somebody has applied for you multiple times, if you've been married multiple times, if just some things that maybe you've never encountered immigration officials, but just subtle things that you may or may not put on there as an act of omission, you don't think is a big deal. Those are the kinds of very minimal things that I look for, because those become bigger issues, especially when you go before an immigration officer and answer all these questions, and what you say doesn't comply or doesn't go with what you've written on the application. So my main thing is I like to avoid problems and prevent bigger problems for my clients later on.
Thank you so much, counsel. So could you tell us what the differences are between an immigrant and a non-immigrant visa?
Okay. So a non-immigrant visa mostly deals with temporary visas. You're talking about visitors visas. Most commonly is a fiancé visa. So a fiancé visa allows someone to come into the U.S. Without being a spouse. And once you come into the U.S., you have 90 days to basically adjust your status, get married, adjust your status, and then get your permanent resident status. As opposed to a immigrant visa, whereas, for example, you have a parent, spouse, or a child who is living abroad and you would like to sponsor them to come into the U.S. That process is different because you first have to deal with USCIS here in the U.S., and then you have to deal with Department of State, the National Visa Center, and the U.S. Embassy in the country that the person is in. So the non-immigrant visa, basically the main idea is that it's temporary. It does not give you permanent status. Most oftentimes you are not allowed to work. If you do work, that would be illegal. Whereas a immigrant visa would give you permanent status and afford you all the opportunities of a permanent resident.
Awesome. So let's say, for instance, somebody comes as a visitor and they decided that they want to stay in the United States. What options do they have?
The options that they have, first, I would not advise anyone to overstay their visitor's visa because overstaying your visitor visa or any kind of temporary status can impact you adjusting status or getting permanent status later on. Because once you've overstayed, you are now in a category of, I guess, a non-documented status. And it becomes harder later on for you to have, let's say, a parent, spouse, or a child petition for you. But let's say you do overstay. If you do have a parent, child, spouse, or even an employer who's able to petition for you, there are different options. Again, it really depends on the specifics of your case, what you're trying to apply for, and your immigration background.
Thank you so much. Now, I've had situations in which clients have come to my office and they've been like, I've been a permanent resident for 22 years. Is it really important for me to file for citizenship? I feel like if I file for US citizenship, it is the ultimate betrayal of my home country. Is it important? Attorney Marshall, talk to us about the importance of changing your status from that of a permanent resident to that of a US citizen.
Okay, so the question is it important? It is important if you are placed in deportation proceedings and you feel as if you are going to die if you have to go back to your country of citizenship. If you don't care, after 40 years in the US, 60 years in the US, 80 years in the US, about going back to your country of citizenship, then the answer is it's not important. So citizenship is critical to remaining in the United States permanently, just as my panel colleague has stated. Permanent resident is no longer permanent since Immigration Reform Act was put in place, and if I'm not mistaken, 1996. Prior to 1996, if you're a permanent resident, you can stay in the United States as long as you want, no matter how many convictions you get, no matter how much you're a nuisance to the United States. However, that changed in 1996 when the Immigration Reform Act was put in place. And once that act was put in place, citizenship then became critical. If you become a citizen in the United States, you can no longer be deported from the United States for any criminal convictions that you receive. There's a caveat to that, though. I've heard people say to me, I was told that the United States will reverse your citizenship. Well, that may be true if you fraudulently obtained the citizenship. But if you did not fraudulently obtain the US citizenship, then you are a citizen of the United States indefinitely. There are many reasons why you want to become a citizen. If you brought minor children to the United States before their 18th birthday, they're minors, and you're living in the United States, and you, the parent, become a U.S. citizen prior to that child's 18th birthday, and that child is a permanent resident at the time you became a citizen, then that child automatically derives citizenship. So that's why, as parents, it is important. Your children are moving to a country where they criminalize people of color at a record number. So it's not uncommon for your child to be arrested for something, such as driving while black. And if the child is arrested by law enforcement and picks up a conviction, even if they're 16 or they're 17 or they're 14, they can be deported from the United States because of that criminal conviction. And the best thing you can do as a parent to save that child is to have become a citizen before that child's 18th birthday. Now, I have been able to successfully win deportation cases for children who derived citizenship because their parent became a citizen before their 18th birthday, and they were placed in removal proceedings because they were convicted of some type of criminal conduct. And they didn't get placed in removal proceedings until this client was maybe 32 years old. But I was able to save that 32-year-old because in our digging into when the parent became a citizen, how old the child was at the time the parent became a citizen, we were able to prove to the immigration court that this child had already derived citizenship by operation of law before the child got placed in removal proceedings. That's why citizenship is critical for the adult. Now, the process of getting citizenship, you're eligible after 5 years of being a permanent resident. You need to petition, and when you petition, if you have certain convictions, as counsel stated, you need to make sure you've sat down with an immigration attorney to vet those things. A lot of clients will say, why do I need an immigration lawyer to fill out a piece of paper, which is just as simple as any other piece of paper that I'm filling out? And my response to them is, the expertise of an immigration attorney is not in filling out forms. Trust me, we're sitting on this panel and we're practicing law, not because we know how to fill out a piece of paper, but because we understand the shoals, the deepness, the intricacies of the immigration laws that allows us to prevent a client from ending up being separated from their family for the rest of their natural born life. So citizenship, 5 years eligibility, permanent resident. Once you hit that 5 year, my suggestion to everyone is apply for citizenship. Do not, under any circumstances, if you've ever been arrested anywhere inside or outside the United States, go online, fill out that paper, and mail it into USCIS, because you're putting yourself on the radar. And now an immigration attorney may not be able to save you because you filed those papers and there's things we could have done, post-conviction relief, going back to try to set aside a conviction, anything to fix the criminal side before we file the naturalization for you to become a citizen. Also, if you're already a citizen and you birth a child outside of the United States, you can do what's called an N-600. That is certifying that child's birth to become a U.S. citizen. It's a different process than filing an N-400. You can also file for a passport if you can show that you naturalized before your child's 18th birthday. Another route is to go through the passport process. So you'll apply for the passport, you'll show the documentation that you are a citizen before that child's 18th birthday, and then the passport office will mail you a passport. I'm always nervous about doing it that way because I'm concerned that the laws could change any day and the parent could die, and then if the immigration laws change or the passport laws change to say, we're no longer issuing passports to derivatives, you have to go through United States Citizenship and Immigration Services. Now you're starting the process all over again. Your parent is gone, you don't know where they put their naturalization certificate, somebody moved, it was burned, it was lost, and it's going to be a difficult process to now show the parent's birth certificate, your birth certificate, their proof of naturalization, because they're deceased, they're gone. So my suggestion always, because clients will say, well, isn't it cheaper? I just mail the passport application, I get the passport. Yes, it's cheaper, but remember, in the long run, you're protecting yourself, because if you do it the other way, which is to certify the citizenship Immigration, the United States Citizenship and Immigration Service is going to mail you a certificate, just like you would have a naturalization certificate. You're going to have a certificate of citizenship that anybody says, are you a citizen? Can I see proof? Boom, you can take that out. Now you don't even have to have a passport. There's one thing I want to say, and that is the comparison of an immigration attorney. I always compare us to doctors. And the reason I compare us to doctors is because for some odd reason, patients don't have any objection to going in and sitting at a doctor's office and telling the doctor everything they need to know to provide treatment. Does your mom have diabetes? Does your dad have diabetes? Give me all the information. How old are you? How much do you weigh? They give the doctor everything. The doctor comes up with a potential solution and they're like, oh my God, this doctor is wonderful. But the lawyer, if they have to give the lawyer any information, but this lawyer's no good. I gotta tell them everything about me. I gotta tell them when I was born. I gotta tell them where my mother was born. Please understand that immigration lawyers are just as valuable, if not to me, more than your doctor sometimes. But it's not that we are taking your money to fill out a piece of paper. We're taking your money and you're relying on our expertise, because that's what you're paying for, is our expertise. And giving us the information and having to give us the documents does not make our work and our contributions to allowing you to remain in the United States any less valuable.
Nicely said, nicely said. And I would say immigration law is vast and it's extremely complicated, even for us, immigration attorneys and judges. Don't try to go through the system by yourself. It is extremely complicated, even for us. And we do this on a daily basis, and we have expertise, we have experience. Sometimes we still have to call each other to run things by, because it is complicated like that. So thank you so much for elaborating on that. Anybody want to add anything on naturalization?
Not necessarily naturalization. What you asked was about being a permanent resident for about 20 years. What happens? You know, do you naturalize or do you stay with your green card? Now, this is a very practical example. I have this gentleman from Bermuda, the Triangle. So he came here at a very young age. I think he was 11. You know, the father filed for a fiancé visa through the mother, and he came that way. So he became a green card holder. So, but he never naturalized. So by the time I got this gentleman, he was 32 years old. So he's gotten a green card for a very long time. But this is what happened. About a couple of years prior to that, him and the girlfriend, they had gone to rent a center. You know, they took furniture and promised to pay, but they never paid. Then they ended up, you know, being homeless or things like that. But, you know, that furniture, they never returned it to the rental center. So in Georgia, that is called theft by conversion. So that's what they were charged, and that's what they were convicted with. And both of them were sentenced to 5 years probation. So the lady, because she's a US citizen, she is free. But because this guy was not a United States citizen, he was issued an NTA, notice to appear in immigration court. So we took that case. So if this guy had naturalized before, at a certain point in his life, they would not even issue that NTA, because that crime, that conduct is not something that arises to that level where they can remove you from the United States or try to take away your citizenship. So that's important for you to naturalize. But this particular gentleman, what we did something called cancellation of removal. He had family here, he had children, you know. I mean, I think one of his sons were like, I think, 17 years old. So with all that, we brought all that into consideration and went before the immigration judge and said, well, if you take this guy out, there will be extremely unusual hardship for the family here in the United States. Please keep this guy in the United States, because this particular conduct, he was the first time, you know, this is the first time, first offense. And because, you know, he's been of good moral character for a very long time, you know, let him stay. And we ended up getting this gentleman, you know, his removal canceled, because Once you're issued an NTA, your green card is gone already. You know, you have to fight it in immigration court and get it back. So I was just trying to piggyback on the issue about the importance of you to naturalize once you are eligible. Go ahead and naturalize, because it just shields you from a lot of problems in the future.
I'd just like to make another comment on the importance, and unfortunately it hit my own family. If you are a green card holder, and let's say you decide to retire and go back to your home country, you have to come back and forth every 6 months, and even at that, there's often a presumption that you've given up your citizenship. In my family's case, my sister-in-law decided to move back to Barbados. She really didn't care about coming back and forth, so I guess she technically gave up her green card. However, we didn't realize the impact on her Social Security benefits. Because she was only a green card holder, she got a reduced amount of Social Security. And for all those years, 10 or 15 years that she went back there to be a minister, she was getting about half of what she would have gotten if she'd gone back as a citizen. Hit your pocket.
Very important, very important.
I do want to make a comment as well on citizenship. Sometimes I know with our immigrant population, again, I'm Liberian, so in my community especially, we have language barriers, especially for residents who've been here for a long time. They came very young, or maybe they never learned English or fully understand it because they have younger children and grandchildren who have helped them, and now they want to become citizens. Sometimes they don't think they can do it because they may feel like they don't speak English or no one's going to understand them. But there is a way to, you can still become a citizen if you can have an interpreter, and there are certain waivers as well to the language and the English language and writing test within the application, whereby if you've been here for a certain amount of time and you're a certain age, you can be waived from those requirements to become a citizen. There's also fee waivers for the citizenship application. Again, with the older population, sometimes they're not working, or they have fixed income like Social Security, or they have people taking care of them, or even younger ones who want to go ahead and do so. If they're not employed, you can also apply for a fee waiver whereby you don't have to pay the application fee.
Thank you so much. So the conclusion is that the moment you become eligible for citizenship, apply. Please apply. Let this message go to our communities. If you're eligible for citizenship, please apply. That doesn't stop you from going back to your home country. It's not a betrayal, it's an opportunity. So please apply. Now, I'm going to throw this out to the panelists as a whole. Recently, some detainees of Cameroonian descent were subjected to unauthorized medical procedures at the Ewing Detention Center right here in Georgia. As serious as that is, it did not make headlines. It wasn't talked about. Why? What happened?
I'll start and give it to counsel. So I fully understand. The doctor it's Ewing Detention Center in Ocilla, Georgia. That center has been closed because because of the gross violations that were happening there. But this particular OB-GYN doctor, he's called Dr. Mahindra, who was doing, he was performing, just on-call for services on women that were detained in immigration detention. And because most of them, as counsel said, because of the language barrier, when you go consult this doctor, he would just do whatever he wanted to do, violate you and perform unnecessary procedures on you until there was a whistleblower that actually came out, and it's a huge case down in Ewing, but that detention center has been closed already, and most of the people have been moved down to Stewart. So there were Cameroonians involved in that particular case. I don't know to what extent where they are right now, but it's it's something that affected lots of non-immigrant communities, and which is something that it really violates people just because, you know, they have no representation or they are presumed not citizens of the United States. They are treated differently, you know, because the presumption is, I think Dr. Mahindra was doing that because he just thinks that these people, because they were not from the United States, nothing can actually happen. And he can, because prior to that 5 years ago, 5 years prior to 2001, when this thing happened, when he was finally taken off that board, he had settled a lawsuit with the Department of State for about $500 and something thousand because he was overbilling Medicare. But my thing is, if you have seen that this person has it, because as an attorney, if you, I mean, just contempt of court, your license might be in jeopardy. You cannot lie before a judge. But this is somebody who defrauded Medicare for close to $1 million, but he still retained his license to practice law again within that same community. So these are things that, if you're non-immigrant, you find yourself in situations like that, please bring it up. So with the Cameroonians, I don't know, maybe council has an idea about that.
The issue is that the Department of Homeland Security failed to properly vet this gynecologist that was contracted with the government to provide medical services for these women in their custody at the Irwin facility. Council is correct, because if the government had gone by the history of this medical provider, they would have known that the settlement of the 2015 case where he was convicted, or in fact, according to the lawsuit, he never admitted guilt. And that's another problem with some of these cases where immigrants are being treated indifferently. That if the case resolves with no admission of guilt, then that leaves the person free to continue to reoffend against other individuals. Department of Homeland Security should have vetted this position, look at the history and say, this physician cannot provide contracted medical care for these women. What was happening is they were being transported from the Irwin facility to the doctor's facility, and they were doing GYN procedures, hysterectomies, they were treating the women, and they were not asking the women's first written permission, and second, they were doing procedures that were not necessary. I think that conduct is tantamount to the same conduct that is to defraud the government. Because remember, if he's doing more procedures, he's getting more money. So when these women are coming in, and even if you don't need a hysterectomy and you're like, my stomach hurts, he's like, okay, great, hysterectomy, because when I bill the government, those are $2,500. And I think the government should, or someone should get together and file a class action lawsuit on behalf of these women to collect damages for what they have gone through, because some of these women are not going to ever be able to bear a child based on this fraudulent conduct. And it is disheartening, because when you look at the name of the medical provider, I draw the inference that this person is an immigrant, because the last name, I think it was Amin. Yeah, Mahindra Amin. You are an immigrant. How could you, even if you are a crook, want to steal from your own people? You know what I mean? A good crook goes and steals from another community, not from their own. And so I am hopeful that with media and with some attention being drawn to it, and forums like this is a great opportunity, because each one here can reach one, and hopefully we'll get in the media and say, why has no attention been drawn to this issue, and why has no one decided to bring an action for damages on behalf of these women? The good news is the facility is closed. However, I am concerned, even as an attorney myself, if anybody is even policing the other facilities that have not been involved in this type of scandal. The answer to that question is probably no. We just transferred them to another facility where no whistleblower and nobody has brought anything else to our attention. So we owe it to our community, and I'm hopeful that these women will get some justice for what happened to them. But counsel is correct. The license from this doctor should have been taken in 2015 when he negotiated the deal. Part of the deal should have been, not only do you pay the money back, but you need to surrender your medical license so that you can never do this again.
Thank you so much. Well said. Now we're getting together as a community. These are things that we would start thinking about, talking about, picking them up, and creating the necessary social media impact that this goes far wide so that we can get justice for our people. So thanks so much. Now let's talk about TPS and humanitarian paroles. These are some very loud sounding words, and I would suggest that Atonaline, if you could just give us a brief overview of that.
Yes, I'd like to do that. Many of you have heard in the news lately a redesignation of TPS, which means Temporary Protected Status for Haiti. That's been in the news very recently. And I'd just like to say that even though it says temporary, it really does not always turn out to be temporary. I have clients from El Salvador who've been on TPS for 20 years. So don't think that it's a disadvantage to go into that program, because anyone who has been here by a date, which the notice gives you, in Haiti's case, I think it's January 20th of 2022, who's in your legal status can apply. Obviously, you're vetted, criminal history, etc. But I also have clients who had prior deportation orders who were able to get TPS. So there are right now 17 countries. As I say, Haiti's the one in the news right now, but in some cases, other countries will be redesignated, and in El Salvador, my client's case, it's not open to re-enroll. But I would like to talk more about the humanitarian parole. I believe it started with the Ukrainians, and it was very successful. They allowed Ukrainians to come if they had a U.S. sponsor. They've now extended that to Haiti, Cuba, Nicaragua, and Venezuela. Thank you. In a way, I think it's a tactic by the administration to keep people from coming to the border and trying to come in with asylum. You stay in your country, and someone in the U.S. can file a petition for you to come. And the reason that it's more broadly, that we need to know about it on a more broad basis, even if we don't come from those specific countries, is that you don't have to be a relative of that person, you don't have to be from that country. There are opportunities to be a sponsor, but there's also an opportunity to assist financially with bringing somebody here. And again, you don't have to be a relative. Right now, since it's so new, I don't know if they've worked out all the bugs, but basically they're approving about 30,000 applications a month is what they say they're going to do. So it's a very good opportunity. And we'll be available to talk after the panel if anyone wants some more specific information.
Absolutely. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are at time. I would have loved to have you ask questions in here, but because we are at time, these panelists are going to be outside. All right, I've just been informed that because this is a very important topic, they've given us an extension of time so we can have our audience ask some questions. But right after this presentation, the attorneys will be outside. If you want to go, you want to talk about your particular case with any one of us, you can meet us out there and then we can have that conversation. But for right now, I'll give the floor open for anyone that's got any questions for our panelists.
I just wanted to ask, what's the status with DACA, the DACA students under Biden's government? Is he moving, is not making any move to?
Yeah, DACA is deferred action for childhood arrival, which started under President Obama. And so, no, they're not doing any new DACAs, but if you had DACA, you can still renew, which comes with your work authorization.
Hey, good afternoon. Thank you for that presentation. My question is, 2 weeks ago I had a case, a friend of mine whose parents visited here. The son is a US citizen, but the parents came here for graduation. And then there was some kind of domestic problem. And he had already filed for the parents to come in and to have citizenship. So what is the best advice? I've seen this happening in our African communities most of the times. What we need to know and what we need to let these people know. Because the parents come here, they come with a mind of, the wife can't talk to the husband, like that, and then there's domestic problems. So the mother happened to have hit the lady, or that is kind of a bite, because I happen to have gone and I listened to that case. So what is the advice for the children who are here, who are bringing their parents on visitors visa, and then all these things comes out? Thank you.
Okay, I need a little bit of clarity. Who got arrested? The parent who's visiting or the spouse of the child who's here?
Both of them. The husband happened to have been the ones that were quarreling, but the mother had the noise from downstairs, came upstairs, found, there was that little commotion. Then the mother decided to help the son by biting the wife. So, and now it went up to the immigration case. It went to the court case. And then now it's waiting for immigration. Does it affect the immigration status of the person?
Okay, so was the visiting mom, the mom who came in on the visit, arrested?
Arrested and released. And now, I think arrested and released.
Yeah, mom has to be very careful. Because depending on how mom handles the underlying criminal case is going to affect the petition that the son, who she was trying to help, that's filing for her. So mom has to be very careful.
One more? Okay, last question.
Good morning, everyone. My question is, you stated that people can be on TPS for not only, for about 20 years. You say you have a case where someone has been on TPS for 20 years. How often do they have to renew the TPS status to stay? And with TPS, if someone intends to apply for asylum, will one affect the other?
You're mixing a lot of facts into that question, but let's stick with the TPS. TPS has to be reauthorized by the government on a regular basis, and it's usually every 2 years or so. And once that's done, you have to send in your form to be registered. So in many ways, while I say that it is not always temporary, there is some uncertainty in various communities about whether they will be reauthorizing that country. Okay, does that answer your question?
How often do they have to renew?
About every 2 years or so. And the asylum. Well, under the asylum laws, you're supposed to file for asylum within 1 year of entering the country. And if you don't, you have to have a very good reason. So I always recommend, if you're eligible for TPS and asylum, to do both. TPS is a little bit more of a guarantee here in Georgia. Georgia has one of the lowest asylum approval ratings in the whole country. I think it's like 5% or something of every application is approved. Nationally, it's maybe like 45. It's not great anywhere. But asylum, I tell my clients, especially these days, the ones from Central America, asylum applications are just a delaying tactic. Maybe the law will change, maybe your situation will change, maybe something else will change, but if you've got an arguable case of, violence or extortion or something,
I'll try to make it for you, but your chances are very slim.
All right, awesome. This panel is going to be at the table back over there. If you have any further questions, please meet them over there. You all have been a really wonderful audience, and please, the panelists have done an awesome job. Let's recognize them. Thank you all so very much. We need to do this more often. Thank you.
Put your hands together then once again. It was very informative. It's good to your status. It's good to make good use of your time while you're in the United States of America. Make sure your status is right and you're up to par with your status. Let's put our hands together as we proceed with a cultural presentation, a cultural performance by Kerry and Gibson. While the cultural performance is getting themselves together, Carrie Ann Gibson's getting herself together with her steel pan performance, we just want to acknowledge Andrea Ishmael, Ivory Coast President of Georgia. Put your hands together and give her an acknowledgement. Also, if you have questions with the lawyers, they will be right over here. You can proceed to the table and ask any question that you need. Legal help, legal needs, you can reach out to the table and they will answer all your questions. And also, immediately after our pan performance, we will have a 15 minutes lunch break. You can go and have yourself something to eat, a snack, something to drink, and then you will assemble back immediately after this pan performance. We'll have a 15 minutes break. Thank you.
thank you, thank you. What a lovely lunch break. What a lovely presentation. Thank you so much, Ms. Gibson. We love the show, Pam. As we make our way back into the hall for our afternoon session, ladies and gentlemen, could we make our way back into the hall for the afternoon session? Can we make our way back into the hall for the afternoon session? We have a jam-packed afternoon session with several panels and several community leaders yet to speak with us and share their wisdom and knowledge. If we could make our way back into the hall. Ladies and gentlemen, could you make your way back into the hall for the afternoon session? You can come with your refreshment and have it at the table. We have a jam-packed afternoon session. Several of our leaders are ready to share their wisdom and what they have for the community. If you make your way back into the hall.
We didn't hear that. Say it again for the camera.
One more time for the people in the back.
People in the back.
Mr. Adafa, Mr. Thompson, if you could help me lead them back into the hall, I appreciate you. Thank you. We will give a couple more minutes to get their refreshments and come in. We do appreciate your patience. Please, ladies and gentlemen, let us make our way back into the hall. We have a very jam-packed afternoon schedule. We appreciate you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, to start us off this afternoon is a great, great woman of the community. She is the Director of Operations for the TOPAC, which is the African Women's Public Advocacy Committee. This is Ms. Oma Ota, and she is going to give us a very, very good briefing on the upcoming African Immigrant Heritage Month celebration and all the other updates that we may have in the community. Ms. Oma. I am trying for you, Miss Oma. I told them to come in with their meal. I told them to come in with a friend.
Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. I got the energy. I don't know about y'all. I got everybody's energy in one package here. Well, welcome to this great event. This is an inaugural event. You know, my name is Oma Yuta. I am with the African Women PAC. I'm the Director of Operations to the African Women PAC. The African Women PAC is an association of women, African women coming together. You know where women are? Guess what? Together, strong women do the impossible. So our mission as African women is to be a catalyst of change, to build awareness in the social, economic, political arena within our Africans in diaspora and African affairs generally. But the key here is Africans in diaspora. Each and every one of us are all Africans in diaspora. Both Caribbeans, both Africans, Black Americans, we are all African in diaspora. So we are all working together. So that's why I'm really, really excited about this event. That's why I'm really excited about this event, because this is an event that is bringing all of us together. This is an event that is building an awareness for us to work as one voice. I tied that back together very well. For us to work as what? One voice, right? So we are all working as one voice. Again, for all of you that are out there in the food arena, I am coming out there to get you all in. I got the energy, I got the strength, I got the courage, I'm gonna move. We are all trailblazers. So again, I just want to use this opportunity to say this. As one voice, both the Caribbean and the African as one voice, we all need to unite. I think that's what we all need to come together. I am not a believer in all of us being in one party. I am not a believer in that. But I'm a believer in us having one agenda. Wherever we are, independent, Republican, Democrat, we have one agenda. The agenda being African affairs. Agenda being us African, us Pan-African, having one voice, having one agenda. We should not all plug into one party. I am not a believer in that. I'm a believer in us representing us wherever we are. I'm a believer in us being wherever we are standing for our nations. We are standing for ourselves. And that is what the African Women PAC is all about. So, having said that, we are all going to continue to work together. We have great events. This is just a snippet of the events that is about to come together. I don't know if you guys have heard about the African Heritage Immigrant Month. Yes. We did that last year. It is going to happen again in September. All of us are going to be there. All of us are going to make it great. All of us are going to have that dance downtown Atlanta where we are demonstrating and we are dancing. Where we are showing that we are all coming together as one. Okay? And then we are all, from a political perspective, will continually build awareness. It's very important that we continue to build that awareness from a political arena, that our voice, that we are on the table, that we are sitting on the table, not sidelined anymore. So again, thank you all for giving me this opportunity to come to represent the African Women Pact, but more importantly, to represent each and every one of us. We are all one, and we will continue to move forward. This is the beginning. Great things to come. Please, let's all continue to move forward. And I just want to thank Mr. Austin Towsley for moving this, for being passionate about this, and for all of the One Voice Africa that helped make this happen. Okay, so thank you everybody. Thank you for coming. Thank you. We will continue to march forward. Hip hip hip. One voice. Africa. One voice for Africa. What is it? OGV, OGA, OG. We are all of them. All of them. We are all. Thank you so much, guys. You all see my energy. I'm so sorry. I'm always full of energy. Thank you. Bye-bye.
We love your energy and love you and your commitment to the community. Thank you so much, Ms. Wilma. Give her a round of applause, please, everybody. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And that's just the beginning. Our next community leader, Mr. Dede Teme. He is the president of the Congolese Community Fraternity. Sir, could you come and give us a brief speech to encourage us?
Africa, oye! Caribbean, oye! Jamaica, oye! Guyana, oye! I'm so happy to be here today. It's unbelievable to be part of this big association. I've been looking forward for this. When we started, I remember a few months ago, talking about going to the next level, do the talk-to-talk, and the walk and walking. So it's a great opportunity today to see everybody, and the Department of Immigration nailed everything down. The Congolese community here that I represent, this is the base for our community here in Stone Mountain and Claxton. We probably about 7,500 Congolese in Georgia right now. I'm driving monthly from Augusta, Macon, Albany, Gainesville, and you name it. We have so many problems in our communities, and I think the issue of immigration has to be resolved as soon as possible, and hopefully with this new administration coming up in the Congress. This is a place for us to exchange, not just for businesses, but ideas on how we can improve our communities and have these exchanges, not just at this level, but once we start going to Washington, once we start going to all the other places, governorship and everywhere, we can have a voice. So that's the reason why we're here today, to have this voice with all our representatives that did a great job. But I'm definitely willing to open my arms to all of you so I can embrace all the communities here in Georgia, from Africa to the Caribbean. So please, do not hesitate to contact all of us here. We have all our information for a big exchange, and I believe this effort that's been done today is going to give fruits very soon. So give applause to all of us, to all of you, and I'm so happy, and let's go for this thing. Thank you very much.
All right, as we're moving along, this evening in our midst is a great honorable, I want to put distinguished from distinguished honorable Vice Mayor Awati Isu, who's going to come to the microphone and going to take us along from here.
Thank you so much. I'm very excited to be with you today. It's an honor to be among you. I think we've met at different other locations or events in the past, but I'm very thankful to all my good friends who organized this event. I'm very thankful to my good friend, Vice Mayor Thompson, for his persistence and all the work that he does. And of course, I'm very thankful to One Voice Africa. I'm very thankful to the Caribbean community for bringing this event together. I think there are so many distinguished guests among us today. It's an honor to be sitting with you, and thank you so much for joining us today. My good friends, Representative Okoye, Representative Martin, Representative Adena, thank you so much for being here. Representative Barnes, thank you so much for being here, absolutely. I actually, the first time I ran for City Council in 2015, I took a class, and one of the speakers, you probably don't remember it, Representative Martin, but you were the one who was speaking to us about the importance of running for office, and it was really great. It inspired me to run for City Council. Thank you so much, absolutely. And I think I can say so much, but I just want to say a few things just to follow up on some of the speakers who gave us very enlightening information on immigration in general. But I think they forgot to mention one thing about the advantage of becoming a citizen, which is being able to vote, being able to petition, and being able to actually speak up on behalf of our communities. So I'm pretty sure it was just something they forgot to mention, but that's absolutely very important to our communities, because that adds to our strengths, that adds to our voice. So we need to be US citizens as soon as we are eligible, and we have to make sure we use our voice and run for office as well in the future. Just like I ran for office, just like my good friend Vice Mayor Thompson ran for office, and all these honorable people in front of us, they decided to run for office. I believe we all share one thing. We are all African diaspora, and we live, yes, thank you, absolutely. And we all face the same challenges. Our history a little bit might be, the way we came to this country might be different. Some of us came, unfortunately, in bondage. Some of us, unfortunately, came here running away from bad governors from our home nations or home countries. But we are here now, so we need to coalesce together, we need to work together, we need to put our arms together in order to make sure that our interests and the interests of our communities are respected. That's the only way we can do it, is by coming together. And once we do that, one of the speakers said that being a citizen makes some people uncomfortable because they feel like they're betraying their countries, their home countries. But believe me, you cannot betray your home country because it's in us already. So we cannot betray that. But we can actually strengthen our home nations by supporting policies that actually can make our home country or home continent of Africa a better place in terms of making sure there is policies, trade policies, in terms of immigration policies, in terms of even policies here that affects us within our cities, within our local communities. The city of Clarkston is really diverse, we all know it, but it's also one of the few places in Georgia that is actually well represented by having me as Eritrean American, and we have, right now we have 4 women in our city council, and we have a woman mayor for the first time in our city. So Thank you. And we want to make sure that all the cities, wherever you live, we want to make sure it reflects that diversity in terms of our women, our sisters, our mothers being represented and being able to be in positions of power and influence. And the same way as well, as men as well, we are not really necessarily represented in many other forms. So we need to make sure we get engaged, be part of the local city councils or be part of our local elections. And we need to know we have different layers that we can really engage on. One of them is our state representatives. It could be our congressman. Usually we always think about the president, but that's not the only person who actually makes decisions in this country. We have different layers, we have different places of power that actually are very important, starting from the lowest city council in small cities like Clarkston to the highest level of being a president or vice president. So thank you so much for listening to me. Please continue to work together and bringing our people together. And one day, I should know that we can have these conferences in our home country of Africa. Thank you.
Put your hands together, put your hands together. There's a great mantra that I embrace. The second one I want to leave with you for today. For those who came in late, the first mantra of the day that I said, you go alone, you go very fast. You go with others, you go very far. And that's why you find the twinning of One Voice Africa, Caribbean, Georgia vote. The second mantra I want to leave with you today is that the height that great man met didn't come by sudden flight, but while my companion slept, I keep toiling through the night. This auspicious occasion come to where it is today because two men toiled through the night to pull everything together. An awesome team, Honorable Austin Thompson and Chief Adafe. Put their hands together, give them a round of applause. And also, I want to let you know that with that same mantra, I want to embrace our next person of personality going to grace this stage, for we know that the height that journalists met doesn't come by sudden flight, but while their companions slept, they keep toiling through the night to make sure they put the news together, gather the information, and make sure they be spot on in bringing the information to us. And I must say, credible information doesn't come easily. With that being said, I want to welcome Anna Joy Award-winning journalist.
Good afternoon, everybody. How are you doing today? Woo! We are so excited to be here at the inaugural African Caribbean Fair in Georgia. Let's clap it up, everybody. Now, before we get started into this forum, we really just want to take a moment to thank all the organizers, all the coordinators, all the volunteers, everybody who put this event together, because it is not easy to put an event together like this. I think we all know that, right, from our own experiences. So clap it up for all the organizers, all the hosts, all the partners, all the people who are playing a role today. So at this point, we're going to go ahead and dive into our forum here to get started. I'm going to go up on stage. And we know that the individuals are here, so if you all can just start working your way up to the stage, I'll pass the mic on. 1 second, please. So I believe we have most of the panelists here, so we're going to go ahead and get started. So if you all can come up and line up, we're going to have you all join us on stage. All right, everybody clap it up for Chairwoman Lisa Cupid coming up to the stage. Please clap it up for Representative Shagan Adiena coming up to the stage. Clap it up for Representative Dave Okoye coming up to the stage. And Representative Pedro Martin coming up to the stage. And if we have any more people join, we can have them just come right up to the stage and get started then, if that works. Otherwise, we will get started. So first of all, can we give it up for our esteemed panelists today? What better way to introduce you all than to allow yourselves to introduce yourselves? We have you all, of course, representing different parts of the state. You all are serving in different roles, so if we can start on that and go ahead and introduce yourself, your name, where you're from, your job title, and what that entails.
This sounds like an interview. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Representative Shegun Adeyina, House District 110 in Gwinnett. Grayson, Loganville, Little Village, Snellville, and Lawrenceville. And I'm glad to be here.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Lisa Cupid. I serve as chairwoman of the Cobb County Board of Commissioners. And I'm here by way of two parents who are from Guyana, South America, and I'm a first-generation American born in New York.
And my name is Gabe Okoye. I represent Lawrenceville and a little bit of Grayson. And I am full-bloodedly African. Thank you.
Good afternoon, buenas tardes. I guess I'm the OG here in the station. You know, people call me OG all the time, and I didn't know what OG was, so until someone said, old guy. So, you know, so again, I'm State Representative Pedro Marin. I'm a 21-year member of the House of Representatives. So I'm in my 21st year. I became one of the first Latinos in Georgia history to become a state representative or state member, either for the House and the Senate. I represent the 96, thank you. I represent the 96 districts, which entirely in Gwinnett County, representing part of the cities of Norcross and Duluth. And I'm originally born and raised in the beautiful island of Puerto Rico. Thank you very much.
All right, I love the diversity on the panel this afternoon. And we know that there's much more diversity reflected in this building right now. Each of you at one point were not elected officials, right? You came from families, you came from communities. Something in you planted a seed that said, I need to run. I need to run for my community. What was that moment? What was that factor? What was that experience that made you decide to run for your community? And whoever wants to start can take that.
I get the freshman.
Okay. The freshman lawmaker from Nigeria. Let's do it.
Well, you know, our stories for why we run will vary just as our backgrounds do. For me, the full-blooded African, seeing that Africans have always been on the menu and never on the table was a motivation to run. And today, Africans are on the table, no longer just on the menu. But it's not just about running, it is also about representing. So the people of Lawrenceville and Georgia will be better served when people with leadership experience are in office. As most of you know, I was chairman of Nigerians in Diaspora for the 2 continents of America. And I was chairman of the Gwinnett Democratic Party, and I also served on the Planning Commission of Gwinnett County. So with all that, what's left? We moved up a little. But they lied to me. They told me it was a part-time job. Don't believe them. Thank you very much.
Care to add anybody?
I mean, so, how long I have? Because you have someone that has been there a long time, but truly, how I started was that I moved with my family in '95 as a corporate transfer from Puerto Rico to Atlanta. I had a good friend live in Gwinnett, so he sent me over with housing and everything. So we stayed. I became very involved with the Latino community. Latinos grew over 300% in the 1990s. Over 300%. And why was that? Because the Olympics. There was not enough workers to finish the venues, and this is a true story. There was not enough workers to finish the venues and the villas and stadiums and everything that it takes for the Olympics. So they called in the force of the south of the border, and then Latinos came in, construction, landscaping, hospitals, hospice service, everything. They brought their family, they stayed. So I saw that there was a lot of non-profit organizations that were not ready to cater to that community, a growing community. So I switched from the corporate and to the non-profit area, and I spent about 8 years helping Latinos, and I work in several Latinos organizations. Former Governor Roy Barnes in 2001 asked me to join a commission on Hispanic affairs. So that was the first time that I went to the Capitol, met the governor. I moved in '95. 2001, I was already involved in politics, state politics. Again, 2002, with redistricting, there was an open seat where I live, and I had a group of leaders that asked me to run for office, and the rest is history. 21 years later, I'm still standing, which is great. It has been a great ride, believe me.
Similar to you, I moved to Georgia in 1995. And moved, if you're familiar with Cobb County is one of Georgia's most affluent counties. And I moved to an affluent area of Cobb County, which is East Cobb. Yes, I see some. When I got married to my husband, who family hails from Trinidad and Tobago, he's a very financially conscious individual, and he asserted that after we graduated that we needed to live off of one income. So we moved to what I perceive as the other side of Cobb in South Cobb County, which is near Six Flags, which is very different than East Cobb. Mostly minority community and mostly of moderate income. And as far as I observed, it was very much underserved than any other place I've lived in Cobb. I lived in West Cobb for a little bit, and my husband, before we got married, lived in the Cumberland area. So I dug into my roots. My mother was always about us being of service, and when I moved into that community and started to observe things, I just continued that act of service. I served on my HOA, there was a civic community, I served in the civic community, and fast forward, we moved to South Cobb in 2002. For a 10-year span, I was very involved in the community, and I had 2 children at the time, and I just thought I'd serve in this volunteer role, but I had many people asking me to run for office. And I wasn't really persuaded because I like working behind the scenes. I didn't feel like I needed an elected position. But after having my second child, who was 2 at the time, I realized the Six Flags area had never changed. Like, I've been there 10 years, we're advocating, we're volunteering, and nobody seems to really have a heart towards moving our interests forward. So through the persuasion, ultimately, of my father and my husband, they motivated me, which I think is very important as women, because women were always serving. And people say they want a servant leader, but nobody's telling the servants of their community, go step up and lead. And for me, it took the men who had a strong influence on my life to say, you're doing the work anyway, now just go run for office and do it. And so that's what I ended up doing. I was successful in that role, and am very fortunate to now be chair of the county.
Thank you so much for sharing that. That is so powerful. Each of you saw a need at some point, whether it was wanting to be on the table, wanting to be on the menu, wanted to improve your community, wanted to make sure that Latino voices were heard and centered. So these are all reasons why people decided to run and serve in a different way. Speaking of serving, we have additional representative leaders who are here with us today. So the elected officials who joined could introduce themselves to the audience today.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm sorry for my tardiness. I am a mom first on the weekends. And we are in the middle of dance competition season. So dance comes first before everything else in my house right now. My name is Lisa Marie Bristol. I am the elected Solicitor General for Gwinnett County. For those who don't know, the Solicitor General is the elected prosecutor that handles all matters in state court and recorder's court. So if you are charged with speeding ticket, a misdemeanor, county ordinance violations, animal control issues, my office is the one that will handle that. Likewise, if you're the victim of one of those crimes, my office is the one that would give you the resources you need to hopefully make you whole. I have a staff right now of just over 60 people. When fully staffed, it'll be about 90 over 5 different campuses. We service 7 state court judges, 3 recorder's court judges, and I run a jail court 3 days a week so far. On top of accountability courts and other courts like DUI court and veterans court. So it's a very, very busy office. It is the office that is most likely to touch everyday citizens because most people, minor moving violations will come through my office, and I'm glad to be here.
Good morning, well, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Representative Imani Barnes. I represent this community. This is my district. I represent House District 86. So Tucker, Clarkston, Stone Mountain, Decatur, it goes all the way down to Latonia and all the way to Stonecrest. So it's a very diverse district. I grew up right here around Memorial Drive. I understand the needs, some of the needs of this district. And so I'm here today learning more of the needs of this district. I am a scientist by day. I am a parent all the time. I also excuse my tardiness because before this I was at another community listening to their needs. So we are working Sunday through Sunday for y'all. If you don't see us here, we're most likely working somewhere else because we are out in the community. I'm here with some of my colleagues, and we work in the Capitol by day. We're working when we get out of the Capitol. We're working on our free time and the weekends. So trust and believe, if you don't see us, we're still working. And so I appreciate forums like this so we can hear your direct needs, and we work together to understand at all levels how to make things and issues easier on us. So I am a 14-year employee at Emory University. I am working on my PhD in public health, which helps me. Thank you. I'm almost done with my PhD, by the way, in public health to understand how to best serve our communities. So right here, this is public health. This is addressing the needs of our health in this district and outside of this district. So I won't talk too much, but I was here last weekend working with the youth at this community center. It was over 30 youth here, and they were all locked in, listening from elementary school to high school. And I appreciate programs like that for our youth. So we need more of those programs. And so I will continue to be here. I know these guys and ladies will continue to be here, and so I appreciate y'all.
Thank you all so much for what you've shared so far, a little bit about your journeys, why you serve. I have a couple more questions, and then we are going to open up the floor. We want to hear from you all. We want to hear your questions. We have an amazing lineup of panelists today for the next 45 minutes, so we want to hear what you all have to bring forth today. So we talk about how you all serve the community, right? We hear that over and over and over and over. Let's take it a step further. What policies, what legislation, what are tangible things that you all have worked on that have benefited the people sitting in this room today and the people in our communities? Or maybe it's something that you are working on. It can be an initiative, a program, a discounted rate, doing something. Let's hear it. So whoever starts off.
Okay, I have policy right now on the table right now. We are, I assume, Democrats up here. No judgment if you're not. If you're not, I apologize. But it's funny, but it's not funny because none of our policy will probably make it to the point where it's even gonna have any chance to get passed. So that's why it's important for us to spread the word about politics and voting. Right now, I have out House Bill 510. It's for free school lunch for every student, K through 12 in our state. So during COVID, we all had free lunch for our children. We were not stressed out. We were not thinking about how our children were going to eat lunch. And it carried into 2021, it carried into 2022, and this year it ceased. So therefore, we are now worrying about how we're going to pay for our kids' lunch, their breakfast. So I dropped a bill. It's House Bill 510. It's called the Healthy Start Bill, and it will feed our kids. Georgia will feed our children like they did during COVID. So that's my first bill. It's under the Education Committee, and what we need to understand is how politics work in the inside. So I draft the bill. I have to get its signatures to get it pushed to a committee. It's dropped under the Education Committee, but who's over the Education Committee? The Republicans are over the committee. It's their choice if they even want me, if they want to hear my bill. So it's up to them. It's up to them if they want to even give me a chance to hear my bill. So it's up to me and my colleagues to network. We go to events after all day at the Capitol for these networking opportunities. And we have to talk to the Republicans and see if you'll even listen to me about my bill. So 510 is to feed all our children, but I'm still trying to get a chance in front of the table for them to listen to my bill. So after they listen, they have to vote on my bill to even hit back into the chambers for a vote. So it's a lot of steps. But we have until next week to get this done because it's the middle of our session, and if bills don't get to crossover day and crossover to the Senate by next week, they're dead. Until next year. I have another bill, a school safety bill. It's House Bill 527. This will allot money for non-auditory alarms in the school. So if they have a school shooter, if they have a tornado, if they have an emergency, instead of the alarming the school shooter that we're taking precautions against you, it will be a visual alarm in the classrooms, like a digital display. So the county, and we voted on billions of dollars to go towards education and school safety. So we're trying to make sure that money comes to our communities. So when we're expressing the importance of voting, it's so our bills can even get heard. We can produce bills all day, but if it doesn't go to the next step to even get heard, to even get a chance to get a vote before next week, everything that we work for is dead. So this is the process of politics and why it's important to get our party in power. We're not in power right now, and we have no say-so. Most of our bills won't even make it to the podium for us to even talk about. Probably none of them.
So I'm a little bit different up here. While I am an elected Democrat and I see a lot of my Gwinnett delegation with me, as a prosecutor, I kind of work in a silo. So my job is to enforce the laws that they pass. But I don't really have to work with them necessarily on my day-to-day. So in terms of policies that I can do that affect the community, one of the reasons why I even became a prosecutor is actually started off as a public defender. And it occurred to me as being a public defender, The prosecutor has all the power. And people think it's the judges that have the power, but it's the prosecutor that even decides what charges are brought, if charges are brought, how severe the punishment could be for those charges. Ultimately, the judge gets to decide within the framework of the laws that they are charged with, what they can sentence them to. But it's me that gets to decide, am I going to charge you with robbery by snatching, a 20-year felony, or am I going to charge you with theft by taking, a 10-year felony? So it just really depends, and the prosecutor has a lot of power. And that's why I switched sides. I was actually tired of fighting with prosecutors who I felt did not understand or have any empathy for the people they were prosecuting. And rather than fight with them, I said, well, I'll just become with you, and then I'll cut out the middle person and just do it. So running for office, kind of looping back a bit, I actually said no a few times. Lisa and I, Commissioner Cupid and I have known each other since law school. I know her husband, I know her family, she knows mine. She knows. I called her and I was like, absolutely not. I'm not going to do this. I fought and I'm here. But it was not because I wanted to. But I will say what it empowers my office to do is to prioritize things like diversion programs that give our kids a second chance when they are led astray. It allows my office to have policies in place that we're not going to throw the book at people who make life mistakes. That we're going to treat people differently based off there's people that we're scared of and the people that we're angry at. And unfortunately, the criminal justice system has a really ingrained habit of treating all of them the same. And we can't, because there are some people that we can teach them or give them resources or give them the tools to make better decisions moving forward. But if we disenfranchise them, if we label them and we kind of kick them to the curb permanently, they're never going to have a chance. I'm now in an office, my office now has the power to make sure that we're being more intentional and more compassionate when we hold people accountable for the crimes that they may have committed, so that it doesn't derail their entire lives. And most people think about this in terms of felonies, but what they don't realize is misdemeanors have a huge impact on lives. And things like pending misdemeanors can affect someone's ability to get into the military. It can affect their ability to get student loans, to get into college, to get housing in safe and affordable neighborhoods. A pending charge has a lot of collateral damage on it. So it's really important how we handle them, and that's the kind of policies that my office can now enforce and put out to the most diverse community in the state.
All right. So you can see we're working hard up here, right? But one of the things Representative Barnes had mentioned regarding those bills, part of that process is also you also being involved. You can reach out to your state rep or state legislator, whether on the Senate side, and let them know if there's a bill that you're interested in advocating for, yes or no. Send them an email. May I get at least 100 to 165 emails a day? People saying, hey, say yes to this bill, say no to this bill. Some bills I haven't even read yet, right? And we get a ton. They spam you. But as far as we live in the district, because that's the other thing we do, is we pay attention to those that send us emails. Because, again, they're voters, they're people that have a voice, and we're representing their interests. Along with writing bills, we do something called passing the budget for the state, in which we elected on the State House side passed probably the second week we had taken office. That was a big job. I mean, there were a lot of things in looking through the budget, education. The QB was fully funded, which was the first in a number of years. The QB formula that's required for education is not up to date yet. We feel it needs to be up to date, but it was fully funded. It was very critical for our teachers and all our educators. It was very important because we have to make sure that, as far as Georgia is concerned, for us to bring the jobs that we need, we have to make sure that our kids have the skills to be able to work, build that workforce we need. Along with passing bills, we also do resolutions. We have to recognize people in our community that are like yourselves that are doing the work. I'm submitting I think I have about 13 or 14 resolutions I'm going to submit because I believe that people like you sit in those seats that we need to appreciate and recognize on the state level saying, great work, let's continue to collaborate and build our communities. I'm actually have one key resolution which I've been working with the Cameroonian American Council, which is asking for temporary, protective services for the Cameroonian women that were sterilized. I know some of you have heard of those stories. The Cameroonian were sterilized in this state. It was an injustice done by a doctor in the state of Georgia that went ahead and sterilized these women. And we have to speak up. That's why we're here, we're your voice. So we're going to be adding that resolution and be sending it to the president because he has the power to be able to make sense in terms of immigration laws in this country. We have to change that. We have to speak to our congresspeople. So the challenge is not just in bills, but it's also in recognizing our community. You participated, reaching out to your representatives. I mean, each one of us are here. When we get off the stage today, make sure you ask us a question to do something for you, whether it's a bill or a resolution, something. That is why we're there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. You all are not not only putting a spotlight on some of the truth and the hardships that come with this job, but also the way we can push through and persevere. So thank you for sharing that.
On my part, it has been said many times that as a Democrat, a lawmaker who is in the minority, we don't have much power to get our bills passed. So when the leadership of our caucus asked me, how can I help most? I told them that all I'm interested in is turning the House blue. Let's get the House, the Democrats to take over the majority in the House. Because that is when we can serve you most effectively. That is when we can actually keep our promises to you. And the reason I say that is in Gwinnett County, I have the experience. Gwinnett was very red when I became chairman, and we turned it blue. That's how all of us get elected today in Gwinnett as Democrats. So we can turn the House blue, and working with leadership, identifying the seats that we're going to target. And we need to do that ASAP. On the bill side, in the House at the Capitol, we are given what we call a crisis alert badge. That's a badge that you can quickly press 3 times and police will arrive. I've seen it save the life of one of us who collapsed not too long ago. And the people that were around just pressed that badge, and before 1 minute, he was being given first aid, and he's alive today because of that badge. And that danger exists in schools. Our children are in school, so what I'm pushing is to have them also get those badges, so that if they see somebody with a gun or something, they press it right away and security will be there. Or if they see one of them being beaten, if you're able to get to your badge and you press it, there will be, the rescue will be available to you. So it shouldn't be given to just us, it should also be given to our children. That's what I'm pushing. Now, my other one is I'm very passionate about old people. Very passionate about old people because, listen, if you are lucky, you'll be old. Simple. So we're going to make life as comfortable as possible for old people. So one of the things I'm pushing right now, as you know, in the summer we lose a lot of our old people due to heat related illnesses, heat strokes, some illnesses that are exacerbated by heat. So we want to mandate these senior living facilities to have a comfortable temperature summertime so that seniors won't be dying for no good reason. So every senior person you see, show mercy. They have worked, given their very best to society. Is in their time of need. Society must not turn their backs on them. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. So we do want to welcome another elected official to the panelists. So everybody clap it up for one of the newest members of the 2023 Georgia Legislature.
Hello everyone. My name is Solomon Adesanya. I'd like to thank the African and Caribbean community for keeping this type of discussion alive. It is important for the process. I am a General Assembly member from Marietta, East Cobb, District 43, and some of the bills that I am looking at that we're working on, one of them is the workforce development, and it's actually Representative Pedro Marin is one of the co-sponsors, and I am also one of the co-sponsors, and I believe that the workforce development is going to be so helpful to the immigrant community. I am a firm believer that when you give anyone a good education and academic resources, they are going to be productive citizens. And what the workforce development does is it helps immigrant community with a certain type of visas be able to get jobs. There are so many counties in Georgia that are struggling and battling for employees. Over the last 3 years, we have lost so many workers due to different challenges, and not just COVID. So many challenges. We've been struggling having people back into the workforce. And what that bill will do is expand that opportunity to immigrants and people with certain type of visas, which I think it's a very good step in the right direction, especially for the immigrant community. And the second bill that we are looking at, and I hope that you all will be paying attention to it, it's the House Bill 136. And what that bill does is over-criminalize immigrant community. It's a very bad bill. We've been talking about it, and it's the one bill that we know will impact every immigrant, regardless of where you're from. It would impact the immigrant community because what they will do is give the police and the ICE so much power to go after people. And we're looking to make sure the bill dies at the committee or at the rules at the least. Yeah, so those are the areas that I'm focused on. And I like that we are having this type of conversation and this type of discussion, and I hope we can continue it.
Thank you so much. So we understand we could be up here for 10 days talking about all the great policy people are pushing, all the bills that are trying to get pushed through the legislature, but as was shared, there's going to be moments where some of these bills may not get through. But guess what? With your support, with your help, with your advocacy, they have a greater chance. You're able to support these lawmakers in their position to say, I stand behind this representative in this bill. I stand behind providing free lunch to students across the state. I stand behind safer schools and safety. I stand behind supporting senior citizens during the summer. You can email your elected officials. You can go to the Georgia State Capitol, knock on their door and tell them this in person. You can make sure to let them know because those touch points do make a difference. So we're not here to make you feel discouraged. We're here to encourage you to get more involved, to continue putting pressure, because right now in Georgia, we need all the pressure we can get. While we need all the pressure we can get, it is important to acknowledge one thing. 2023, this is the most diverse legislature in the history of Georgia. The most diverse. So things are changing slowly but surely. Things are changing. Not to mention we have 5 state representatives representing the country of Nigeria. So really, really proud of you all doing that today. So So we want to open the floor up for a couple of questions from the audience. We want to hear from you. So if anybody has a question, please raise your hand, and we'd love to get you this microphone to go ahead and ask our leaders here today. Don't raise your hand all at once, everybody. One at a time.
I don't have any questions or comment, and I'm going to speak later. I'm told I'm Jack Ellis, former mayor of Macon, Georgia. Proud to say I'm I'm not proud to say, I'm honored to have been the first black mayor of Macon, but I'm sad to say I'm the only one in the 200-year history of the city. And sad to say I was the first because the city was formed in 1823, half white and half black, although the blacks were enslaved. But I'm a Pan-Africanist for a lot of reasons. And the only thing I would suggest, and let me commend you for the Caribbean and African people living in the Caribbean and from the African continent coming together. But as a Pan-Africanist, we have the entire diaspora must be laid. So I would hope that it's not just the Africans living in the Caribbean and the Africans living on the continent, but the link is also with the Africans living in North America as well, especially in the United States.
We'll give you all some time to think of a couple of questions. Thank you so much for your comment. I think all of us up here definitely agree with that. This is a unified effort. We are stronger together. And it is Black History Month, so we want to salute the history that you made, former Mayor of Macon. And we also want to salute the history that some of the Black leaders here made as well. So we're really proud of you all, and I know that it will continue to rise together. So we'll, if there's a couple more questions from the audience, I'll have one more, and then we'll get to brother here. Or why don't you come up and go ahead and ask them?
Thank you. I just want to ask this question, not for me, for the audience as well. I think the session is only 40 days within the year, and I want to ask you, when is the best time for our Georgia residents, including the audience here, to actually support you in terms of making sure that the bills that you sponsors actually make it through? And I think you kind of commented on it, but I want to hear it from them, and if there is other ways besides emails, if there's other ways that we can support you guys as well. Thank you.
We're all freshmen except Rep. Pedro, so he knows the ropes better than we do. I'll let him answer, but I know for my bill, right now, yesterday, last week was when I needed support and still need support. It ensures that all of our kids are fed, healthy, and that is a pipeline to success as well. It's dropped in the education committee, so if you look online and see what members are on the education committee, you email them nonstop. Like he said, we get emails, literally hundreds of emails daily to support issues. We have to read those emails. Our assistants read those emails, and we respond even if we don't agree with the issue. So if you have an issue that's important right now, yesterday and last week was the time to reach out. Email, phone call. We call, reach out. You don't have to come down, but look on the House of Representatives website, look us up. There's links to our office, there's links to our email addresses, and it also lists which committees we serve on. So if you go on the House of Representatives website and look up under any of us, the bills that we support And the bills that we are dropping are there as well, so you can click those links as well. And please email education for the HB 510. We have all kind of bills that we're working on, and we'll give you the actual numbers and reach out. We need y'all to flood. If you reach out on Monday, I need y'all to reach out on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday and flood it with, we support this. I want my kids to eat healthy food, and I also incorporated them getting the food from Georgia grown. So the food will come straight from the farms, the dairies from Georgia, straight to our kids' lunch tables, which will ensure healthier food. It's not coming from California to Georgia on trucks to feed our kids. So I'll let Pedro talk.
Okay, so I want to comment on a couple things that were said. Talking about the budget, that was our number one duty per the Constitution of Georgia is to us to pass a balanced budget. That's our mandate. We can go in, pass a balanced budget, and go home. But we stay for 40 days just doing craziness. So I always tell people, I say, well, you know, the crazies are coming in town the second Monday of January, and that's when we come in. Also, I think, you know, going back to Gabe with the luncheon, we just passed a $32.5 billion budget, okay? And we have $6 billion in reserves. We voted on Thursday for the governor's tax incentive for our citizens to get some money in their pockets. And I think that's great. And we all voted, I think, went unanimously. The vote, you know, who doesn't want for our constituents to have extra money? But to my point is that, you know, yes, we can, you know, one side of me say, yeah, let me put it in people's pocket because if we use it, it will help the economy. But on the other side of me say, well, that $1 billion, we could have just put it on education, on public safety, on health, and so many others areas that will help not just one or two, but millions of people. And that's to my point with Representative Okoye on the free lunch that he wants to give to the students, because we could use some of that reserve money in the budget to do that. Yes, we are a very diverse assembly. I'm proud that, you know, I started back in 2003 and I felt by myself for many years. And I became a bridge in my years of office between the diverse communities of Georgia and state government. Because I was the first one who brought, of course, Latinos to the Capitol. But then I was the first one who brought the Vietnamese, the Korean, the Pakistani, the Indies, the Muslims. You know, there were so many communities that looked at me for help so they can be visible. And I love when we have right now, we have 11 members on the AAPI caucus, and we have 7 on the Latino caucus. So again, I think that's an accomplishment of not you all voting for them, but them stepping up to the plate and running for office. Because I always say, well, yeah, you know, voting is great, and of course, don't get me wrong, voting is, this is our first, as U.S. citizens, our number one duty in this country is to elect who's going to lead us in the future. But again, I think stepping up, it's not easy. You know, I've been there 21 years, and we have to juggle professional life, we have to juggle family life, and we have to juggle our political life, our elected officials' life. So it's not easy. But again, you know, having this type of forums, I think is great. One thing, we were talking about immigration earlier. We'll drop a bill on Monday to give a tax break to the new people that will become citizens. As you know, the citizenship costs rise from $600, so I'm pushing to give a tax incentive for that. I'm also with in-state tuition. I want to give driver's license to our undocumented community or driver's permit, let me put it that way. And I'm pushing for medical marijuana. And I want to touch on that one real quick. I was part of legislation that passed in the House and in the Senate, and the governor signed it, to do the low THC oil. Okay, and that was for the seizures, mainly for the children that had seizures and some adults that had Parkinson's. It helped, and believe me, it broke my heart, because I was in several of those communities when kids went from 100 seizures a day with a low THC oil to maybe 2, 3, sometimes none. So that helps. But I think we have to think a little bit further, because again, I was approached by the Lupus Foundation, by the American Cancer Foundation, by the Alzheimer's Foundation, that they won 35 states already done it in the country. Okay, that they wanted to go further and have some type of medical marijuana. And there's 13 different diseases that the medical marijuana cannabis will help. I mentioned a few: lupus, cancer, AIDS, eating disorders, rheumatic arthritis. There's, like I said, there's 13 different pieces on this legislation that will help our community.
Thank you so much. Important work happening. Do we have one more question from the audience? Perfect. We'll go ahead and bring you this microphone, and then we will wrap up shortly.
Thank you so much. My name is Jim. I'm a medical professional. I think most of us don't know the procedure to maybe be a council person, mayor, then go to state representative. But most of the challenges immigrants face is some of these things that cost money. Like I see people campaigning, I see the flyers, I see a lot of stuff. And I'm always thinking that where I come from, when you campaign and you spend a lot of money, you want to recover one way or the other. But when I came to America, it's a little bit difficult, because if you try to recover it, you may fall some type of, you may fall within the law, and you get punished for it. My question here is this. When I see a young representative, I'm asking, how do they raise money, or how do they build up a financial potential to run for an office, especially when you go to a whole county, to statewide, it costs a lot of money. Thank you so much.
This is Chairwoman Cupid. I keep seeing Austin come in and out. There he is. I want to make sure I recognize Councilman Thompson, because he is elected. You could be speaking of your own. I ran for office at 10 years ago, so I was in my early 30s. And one thing we do is, one thing I'd encourage anyone to do if you want to run for office, go to campaign training. They will educate you, because there are a lot of people who think they know what it is to run for office, and running for office is very different than what it may be perceived to be until you go to campaign training. They will give you the nuts and bolts instead of just the gloss of what running for office appears to be. If you go to one of those campaign trainings, they will tell you the most effective way to raise money is for you to reach out to everyone that you've known. I've had to reach out to everyone from kindergarten. They say make your list. You make your list of family members, you make your list of classmates, you make your list of professional peers, you make your list of residents, then you start looking at your competitors list. Who supported them? Might they support you? So then you have your interest list. You're interested in helping children. Are there other people who are interested in helping children? Are there people who are interested in not seeing your opponent succeed? They may come on your list. You may want to ask them for money because there's that old adage, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. So you're looking for businesses that have a interest in the community where you're serving. Might they be interested in your leadership? So you're making all these lists, and then you're doing this painful task that anyone up here, if they've gone to campaign training, has had to do, and it's called dialing for dollars. If you have ever contributed to a campaign or partisan effort, you might wonder why you are getting emails of people asking you for money and calls of people asking you for money, because somebody somewhere saw that you gave money to support someone running for office. So that's also another list. But you're going to, this is what I did. I sat in rooms for hours with a finance manager who pulled out those lists of all the people that I created, and we got their phone numbers, and we called them. And I had to ask them for their support. And I think this helps to build your muscle as an elected official, because not everyone who wants to support you has the ability, but you never know who does. And if you don't ask, you won't get. So, you just have to ask, and you learn no, but you also learn that somebody might say yes. And I've had people who I didn't know sometimes give me $500, $1,000, $1,500, $2,000 because they believed in me, my interests, my race, or they didn't believe in my opponent to some extent, that they wanted to raise money for me. So half the amount of time in my campaign I spent going door to door asking people to vote for me, but the other half I spent sitting in a room, sweating bullets, shuffling paper, and asking people to donate to my campaign.
You said something that was key about possibly getting in trouble. And so what I would say briefly, I too am an immigrant. My parents are both from Grenada, the small island of spice. But I was born and raised in Canada. And I went to law school here, but I immigrated here after university. And Canada's on a parliamentary system. So when I moved to America, the politics here blew my mind, because I couldn't comprehend the amount of money that is spent on elections and campaigns. Back home, the Prime Minister calls for an election, 5 weeks later there's a vote and we're done. And here, it's like a never-ending cycle of mail and phone calls and TV commercials. So it was very, like back home, and if you call my mother right now, I guarantee you she probably has a television on CNN. Because they watch American news like it's entertainment, because they can't wrap their minds around how much is going into it. So what I would encourage anyone who wants to run for office, check the rules first. I'm a lawyer by trade. My office is a law office, so it's fine, but there's an extra level of scrutiny on me as a practicing attorney. And so there are very few things that will get you disbarred once you have your bar license, but messing with money is the #1. Anybody's money. And so we have to be so careful that I'm not taking $1 over what I'm allowed to take from any individual donator. I have to be careful that I am following all the rules for reporting and filing all my reports and my disclosures as needed, because that is the stuff that will get you in trouble. So anyone who's interested in running, be sure, yes, do the campaign boot camps. They teach you a lot. But go to the source and make sure you understand the rules. And if you don't understand the rules, find someone who does and make sure they break it down for you, because that is the quickest way for someone to come after you and say, you're unethical, you're a cheater, you're trying to do something wrong. And it could very well just be someone who had no idea. So I would encourage anyone, it is a lot of work. Gwinnett is the second largest county in the state. I did run a county-wide campaign. I did have to spend a lot of time calling. I couldn't call people from elementary and high school to donate to my campaign because one of the rules is you have to live in America to donate to political campaigns. So my mother and father could not support me financially, right? But that's a rule I had to know and a rule I had to follow. So all of my family back home who was rooting for me and bragging on me and proud of me couldn't take the money. Thank you for thinking of me, but I can't take it. They couldn't understand. Those are the rules. So check your rules, make sure you understand your parameters and stay within them. So your rules are the source. Secretary of State website has a great resource for anyone who's considering running for office. There are several lists and websites and videos and all that run you through all of your options. And if you Google, Georgia election finance rules, that's a really great place to start. But don't let that discourage you, because there's always someone who's already walked it, who I'm sure would be willing to have a cup of coffee with you and help you understand and navigate what it is you're trying to do. I'm grateful. I've called Lisa on many a night while campaigning. I'm grateful for the network of people who poured into me, and that is something I truly believe. As the mayor said, he's proud but disappointed that he is the first and the only. My intention is to not be the last. So while I am the first immigrant, the first Black woman to hold my office, my prayer is that I'm not the last.
All right, so thank you. That was a great question that you asked. And everything they said is absolutely correct and spot on. And two organizations that I would like to recommend, they are supportive of immigrant community. The first one is New American Leaders. The New American Leaders, they give you all of the resources that you need. In fact, what they do is they have a link specific to the office that you're running for, and they help you with that. So if you find it so challenging to go to the Secretary of State website, they have a link that they help with that. And the second organization is REP-GA, representing Georgia by Kimberly. They are so helpful too. They will help you. They will literally hold your hand, guide you, ask questions as much as you can. Money is good. Money is a good part of winning a campaign, but it is not the main thing. And I can attest to that from my own story. I ran for this office in a district where I was told not to run. It's not a good idea for me. I'm better off winning in Mapleton, or if I live in Atlanta, I have a shot. People didn't think that I could win in East Cobb. When we started knocking on doors, we received a lot of positive feedback from the voters. And I would tell one of them, the representative in Cobb, by the name of David Wilkerson, like, look, David, I don't think we need to raise money because these voters that we're going to reach out to, they're already reaching out and they've shown a lot of promise. So staying engaged in the community, knocking on doors, in my opinion, it is just as effective as, spending money and sending mailers. My primary was won with $10,000. My opponent spent $35,000. He had 7 endorsements from 7 Democrats, 5 House members and 2 senators, all Democrats. I didn't have an endorsement, none of that. And I won by 12 percentage points. So, and I say that to let you all know, as we can all agree, this country was founded on immigrant ideals. Now things start to change when certain immigrants from certain part of the world wants to get engaged and stay involved. Things change. They are not supportive of that. So be engaged, stay involved, go to all of your community functions. There are so many people out there that will be happy to see you succeed, and they'll be happy to hold your hand and guide you. All right.
So real talk, and this is just adding to what everyone's saying. There are organizations in this room already that do the work in recruiting candidates, making sure they have access to training, making sure that they know the rules. So we have the Nigerian American Public Affairs Committee, which I'm still a big part of. We did the work, and I was able to raise money because of the relationships I have in about 5 different states. So not just here, I was running for a seat here, but I was able to go to all the communities where we had a presence to raise money. There's also the African Women PAC. They also do training. They also do training too. They offer that to the community. Again, these are the organizations that we have to reach out to. I know he talked about RepGA, Caribbean Votes. Caribbean Votes endorsement. When you get an endorsement from organizations in your community, it makes a big difference. NAPAC endorsed me, endorsed a lot of us that are sitting up here. Endorsements are also supportive because we have people in our community that don't understand the process or can't truly relate, but when they hear an organization endorses you that they're familiar with, guess what? They'll come out and support. So along with raising money, getting good education, talking to us that are here, you need to be part of the platform. More importantly, I'll say this last, become a Democrat.
All right.
Become a Democrat and you won't lose.
Thank you all so much. On behalf of everybody here, we just, okay, you're gonna...
About money. There's an old say, Representative Carvin Smiley, former representative, he was just appointed to be the ambassador for the Bahamas, and he spent 40 years in the House of Representatives. He had a say, trains run on coal, campaigns runs on gold. So, very, very, very true. We had in Gwinnett several years ago, Senator Rene Uderman, re-election bid. It was over $1 million for that race. We just had this past primary last year in Gwinnett also as well, that it was spent over $1 million also on the campaign. Crazy. I tell my wife that I'm going to spend money, and I'm making, what, $14,000 at that time. Something's wrong at house. But again, money matters, and how to be expend that money. I think it's important to get some advice for someone that knows how to spend money. I ran one time in 2012 against a guy. My opponent had a printer. He owned a print company. He put out 1,200 yard signs against my 200. And I always explained, and I won by almost 1,600 votes that time around. That was gerrymandering. And I always tell people, yard signs don't vote. People vote.
Thank you, everybody. We cannot thank you all enough for being trailblazers, for being leaders, for making history in your own lanes. On behalf of everybody in the audience, we'd like to thank you all for your time today, your wisdom, your gems. Keep rising, keep conquering, and keep leading. Thank you, everybody, for participating. Let's give one big round of applause, everybody.
Thank you, everybody. One more round of applause for all our elected officials. It is an honor and a privilege for us to be represented. A sign of good leadership is communicating with the community, and here we have a whole lot of young, vibrant, ready to assist the community, even here on a Saturday afternoon. Give them a round of applause. All right. Thank you, everybody. Also, give yourselves a round of applause. You have been an awesome community member here, and all our vendors, both inside and outside. Thank you so much for coming out today and engaging with the community. Now, we want to move quickly along. We have a lot of community leaders amongst us. We're going to have one of our judges, which is such an honor. We want him to come here and say 1 minute of hello, followed by another community leader that we have. So can we please have Judge and DeKalb County. Please come and say hello to us for 1 minute. Thank you, sir.
Good evening, afternoon. Well, it's good to see everyone here today. I came in incognito. I didn't know that I was going to say something. I actually ran for office. I think I first started in 2009, and I got to know many of the folks in this room right now. I'm currently appointed judge in Lithonia, as well as I sit in the juvenile court of DeKalb County. And it's an honor to see so many folks here, so many immigrants coming together and making a push because, you know, I told somebody, well, folks told me back then that even though I was unsuccessful in the campaigns that I ran for state court, I ran for superior court, that it's not necessarily about me, it's about everyone else, it's about the future generations, it's about the second generations, it's not about the necessarily winning the campaign. But it's good to see that there's so many folks that have actually run and won. I know many of these folks here in this room. Oh, I see some good old friends here. It's good to see you all. I'm really glad to be here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. And now we have our very own Ken Kunganyam. He's the Executive Director of the National African Student Association. Sir, from Kenya, my fellow Kenyan, come up and say hello to us. And
Hi, thank you. My name is Ken Kunganyam, and I'm the Executive Director of the National African Student Association. So for those who studied here in the US, you know a lot of the universities have like student organizations that represent so many different things. So in most of these universities, there's an African student chapter, there's also a Caribbean student chapters, there's country-specific student chapter. But for most of those, they have no representation pretty much on the national level. They just stay there, they become cultural organizations. So us as an organization, the National African Student Association, what we're trying to do is basically bring all these student organizations under one roof, and then we can actually be able to empower them, right? So our vision is to be able to help them develop into leaders who have an impact on the development of the continent, whether it's culturally, economically, or socially. So since inception, we've had about 60 universities that have under our organization, and this represent about 4,000 members. So if you just think about it, it's a small number because 60 chapters, only on average, that's one university per state. But if you think about just Georgia alone, I think maybe about 20 major universities out here. So if you multiply that number by, let's say, just take 10, we could actually have 40,000 members as part of the organization if we're able to bring all those university chapters together. And the other thing is, because the universities, this membership only recycles basically every 4 years. So every 4 years you can actually have 40,000 members every 4 years. One thing that is actually very crucial is, like, all these organizations that are here. In my perspective, is you don't have members because they get lost after they graduate because they didn't really think about what they needed after they graduate. So maybe some of them are struggling with finances, some of them maybe are struggling, we talked about criminal issues, some of them are struggling with immigration issues here and there. So if we can be able to grab them from when they're very young, when they're actually able to have the time to actually understand what they actually need after they graduate, that's when we actually can make a progress in every issue that we are all talking about here. At university level, most of these people are 18, so they actually have the power to vote. So why we're neglecting them is another question that I should pose all of us, right? So we need to really think about our youth who are currently in university, that some of them are, like, for us to take our membership, a decent amount of them were born here, grew up here, a decent amount of them were born on the continent and came out here, Some of them are going to stay here, some of them are going to move back. So we can actually build a big bridge of, or a big network of members who are here and back on the continent and can resolve the issues that we really care about, right? So one issue is corruption. Corruption really tackled, basically affects almost every facet of our society. So whether it's, let's say for those who care about sports, like there's sports issues because there's corruption in the organizations. We talk about our leaders being corrupt. So another thing about corruption, everyone thinks it's just the leaders. Leaders only, according to some statistics, leaders only steal 8% of the money. Corporations also are the bigger people who take most of the money through either not paying taxes or just bribing their way out of things. So my ask to you is consider coming in and supporting and being like a partner with us, whether it's through just in-kind donations coming to speak. I think you talked about there's lawyers here, there's financial advisors here. A lot of these students kind of really need some of this help. So as an organization right now, we're planning we have a conference coming up in DC where we want to go and talk to some of those congressional leaders, talk about some of the effects that are affecting our continent, and we want to build a movement where our voice is actually heard. And then we also have a national conference, because the one in DC is going to be a leadership one, which is going to be in April 13th to the 15th. In what's called September, Labor Day weekend, we're having a national conference where we want to bring thousands of members there. And that's just going to be the weekend right before the UN General Assembly. We want to be able to bring conversations with some of those leaders who are going to come for that UN General Assembly, and actually try to have them hear us out, and not just kind of come, say what they need to say and then go back. Because the diaspora also matters. It's not just those people on the continent. We as a diaspora, we send so much money back on the continent, then why can't we have a voice of, in terms of what happens on the continent? So I'll leave it at that.
Yes, let's keep the momentum going, because we have an awesome job to do and to make sure we maintain the history that we are making in Georgia. Keeping Georgia blue, and make sure we're moving from picking cottons to picking presidents at all levels of leadership in Georgia, and to be the great mentor. Let's raise some mentees to take over when we are ready to pass on the baton. With that being said, I want to welcome Honorary Consul General and former Mayor of Macon, Honorable Jack Ellis.
Thank you very much, and thank you, the organizers of this event. You know, I sat here and listened, but more especially I was thinking about where I found myself here in DeKalb County. I'm retired from the U.S. Army, and in 1875 I was assigned to DeKalb County. I was in charge of recruiting for the Decatur office. I was downtown Decatur, and my daughter was getting ready to start the first grade. And we had bought a house in Chapel Hill subdivision off of Flat Shoals Parkway. And recently I looked at that picture, talking about how DeKalb County has changed. My daughter was one of 4 children, 4 African-American children, one of 4 black children that were attending Chapel Hill Elementary School. And 7 years later, when she graduated from that school, she left in the 7th grade of the 4 middle schools, there were only 4 white children in that school. That's how much DeKalb County had changed. As a matter of fact, I was in DeKalb, I remember Stone Mountain High School was all white, Redan High School was all white, and we were trying to recruit these white kids to join the Army, and we said, we got to get some white recruiters here to help us recruit these children. So you have made a definite impact on this community. So thank you for what you have done over the years. But I am the Honorary Consul General for Uganda. I'm a citizen of Uganda. I'm a dual citizen. I'm a citizen of Georgia, but I'm a dual citizen, also have citizenship of Uganda, which is located in East Africa. The Pearl of Africa, we call it. But we are all connected. When I was the mayor of Macon, I created a sister city with Elmina in Ghana. So I was made a chief in Ghana, given the name of Nana Kwame John, which was the chief that fought the British when they were trying to come in and colonize. So I'm connected to Africa, having been to about 30 different African countries. As a matter of fact, Ethiopian Airlines will start flying from Atlanta directly to Addis Ababa, starting in May. Now, no one would ever see my name getting credit for that, and I don't want to get credit for it, but I'll tell you who made that happen. Andrew Young, I was on my way to Addis Ababa to speak at the African Union, and Andrew Young called me, was a friend of mine, and said, I want you to go to the airport here, and I want you to get a package of information, and I want you to take it to the CEO of Ethiopian Airlines, which is located right outside of Bole Airport there in Addis. And this was in 2019. This was in 2017. And he said, I want you to impress upon them the importance of flying to Atlanta. All this time happened. Now they're going to start flying from Atlanta directly to the continent. But let me tell you, but the downside of that is, in the meantime, Uganda Airlines has stood up their airline. And I had the ambassador, the CEO of the airline and everything here last year, unbeknownst to me, that Ethiopia had already cut the deal. And they are here now trying to get the direct flight into Entebbe. So hopefully we'll have two airlines flying out of Hartsville directly to Africa. Delta, of course, flies to Nigeria and to Ghana. So we'll have two airlines flying to the eastern part of Africa. Of course, Ethiopia flying to the Horn, and Uganda flying to East Central Africa, which is part of the East African community, which consists of 500 million people. So I encourage you to visit Africa if you haven't. Those of us who haven't been to Africa, I encourage this linkage between African Americans, and I tell African Americans always, if you haven't been to Africa, stop calling yourself an African American. You got to get connected with Africa if you want to be an African American. And also, if we celebrate Black History Month, shortest month in the year, we're 1 day, 2 days away from it. When we talk about Black history, we just can't talk about American Black history. We must talk about Black history. We can't talk about Black history without talking about the University of Timbuktu. We can't talk about Black history unless we're talking about Haile Selassie, unless we're talking about Kwame Nkrumah, everyone else. So we are linked together in this thing. And if I could ever do anything for you, I represent the southeastern United States for Uganda, which consists of most of the states in the southeast. If I could do be of any help in getting you to Uganda and even beyond, because so goes Africa in the future. So goes this world. If it wasn't for the Democratic Republic of Congo and the cobalt that they have there, Elon Musk would be picking up cans. He could not make those batteries. We could not have these cell phones if it wasn't for the cobalt and the coltan and all the other things that's under the earth in Africa. So we must have that connection with Africa, and we must ensure that Africa is getting its fair share of the value addition that's coming out of that continent. Not just the bright minds that have come out, but also all of the natural resources there. So thank you very much for what you're doing. Thank you for the contribution that you're making to this country, the country that you have chosen as your place to live. And I would say one thing to the representatives that's here before you leave, and those that's here. Now, James Beverly is from Macon. He's a leader. He's my representative. I live in this district. I vote for him, and I love him. But I told him, and I'm going to say to you, about this Hope Scholarship. I know we're talking about getting horse racing and all kind of pari-mutuel betting and everything else. That if some of that money is not dedicated to hope, not just hope based on test scores, but based on need. Based on need. let me share something with you, if you don't know. We just had 2 championships from the University of Georgia. Most of those players, young African-American men. But if you go and look, my daughter's a graduate of Georgia, by the way, but she does before Hope. But if you look, if you check their test scores, their GPAs, 70% of them would not qualify for Hope. If they had to get in on Hope, or based on grades, 70% of them wouldn't. So if they can get in and play football for the University of Georgia, their young sisters and their young brothers who can get in as well and qualify for Hope. So let's make sure that this Hope Scholarship is based on need and not on greed. Thank you very much. Thank you, madam.
The words of wisdom, the words. We have gained so much knowledge today. We thank you so much for your service and thank you so much for your time today. As promised, we do have a final health panel. And you know, health is wealth, so we would like everybody to pay attention. Pay attention. This is going to be a good panel. Now, coming to help us introduce everybody is the CEO and Nurse Administrator of the Angela PCH Center, Chinere Chuka.
Hello, good afternoon. Again, I am Chinere Chuka. I'm the CEO and Nurse Administrator of Angelite PCH Center. We are a home care agency, and we have been given the privilege to serve the elderly and disabled population. A motto I live by, as Natasha said too, is health is wealth. And I feel everyone deserves to feel healthy and well in their bodies. There are many healthcare professionals that are pillars in our community. And we have the honor of staging a few of those healthcare professionals to our health and wellness panel. We would like to call to the stage Dr. Eunice Nakwe, Dr. Gege Odion, and Andrea Pendlin. Welcome, Andrea. Dr. Nakwe. Okay. Can you introduce yourself, your background, title, and your role in the healthcare field?
My name is Dr. Eunice Nakwe. I'm the Director of Post-Acute Care Grady Health System. I have my BSN in nursing, then Masters in Public Health, and my doctoral is on health services, specialization in public health policy. And then I'm married and a proud mother of 4 children.
My name is Andrea Pendlin. I was born in Jamaica. I lived in Montreal, Quebec. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
I was born in Jamaica. I lived in Montreal, Quebec, and I came to United States almost 28 years ago. I went to school in Montreal, Quebec. I did my diploma there. I came here, I did my bachelor, and then I went to Emory and I did my emergency nurse practitioner and family nurse practitioner. And currently, I'm the CEO of 2 clinics, the infusion clinic and urgent care.
Very impressive backgrounds, ladies. Okay, so how do you define your role? So we have a Director of Post-Acute Care, and we have ENP, which is an Emergency Nurse Practitioner, FNP, which is Family Nurse Practitioner. So how would we define your role and exactly what does your role do?
My role order is in the acute inpatient setting. Grady Hospital, as you all know, is the biggest hospital in the whole Southeast. So my department formed what we call the Post-Acute Care Collaborative Network. So I operationalize the network, and the aim is to help transition our patients from the acute setting to the post-acute care settings. Working with post-acute care facilities like nursing homes that provides various levels of care like skilled nursing for nursing home, subacute rehab, those patients, they stay short-term and transition to home to the community, then acute rehab and long-term acute care facility. Then you have hospice, and then we also offer home health services, DME services, and then also involve in alternate housing based on our patient population, because we serve a lot of homeless patients that have unstable housing, and then based on their health needs, we're trying to link them to resources in the community to help promote their health outcomes. So we are involving the smaller population health too, implementing it through the acute setting so that to improve the total outcome of that patient population. So my department is more for the resource for the whole hospital. So we support both the inpatient and the ambulatory session, and then I manage the relationships between them and then the post-acute care facilities, the vendors that we work with.
So the question is, how do you define your role, and what exactly does your role do?
As a nurse practitioner and emergency nurse practitioner, I work mostly in the emergency room when I was in the field. And in the emergency room, we take care of a patient that comes in, and we do almost everything that the doctor do. We does not give the doctor pay, but we're there, we do sutures, and a lot of times nurse practitioners, they are in the clinics, or if you go to your primary care doctor, you'll see a lot of nurse practitioners there, and so there's a lot of us out there as nurse practitioners. We're taking the initiative, and now we're opening up a lot of clinics. They're doing urgent care, they're doing infusion clinics, and my role present right now, I have urgent care. We're located on Memorial Drive, and we see everything that minor injuries, sutures, laceration, abscess, physical, anything that you could go to the hospital for or go to the emergency room for, you could come and see us there. And on the other end, we do infusion. We have an infusion clinic. A lot of us don't do infusions, and we don't know the benefit of vitamins. And I could have gone anywhere else and opened up a clinic. I could go Buckhead, I could go Roswell, but I want my community to know the importance of vitamins and what the benefits of vitamins. So that's why I place myself on Memorial Drive so I can be accessible to my community. And so most of it is infusion, building health is wealth, and that's it.
Awesome. Welcome, Dr. Gege. Could you please introduce yourself, your title, and your role?
Hi, good evening. Good afternoon. My name is Gege Odion, Dr. Odion. I'm the consultant at Up to World Vision Center, Decatur by Candle Road. I'm sorry for coming late. I mean, there's a big hold up on 285. I mean, I think the construction is going on, so I was there for almost an hour. In any case, I want to talk to you today about eye care. Basically, I'm sure many of you here have had an eye exam before. The benefit of eye exam, obviously, is to enhance the vision, make us see better, either through your contacts, glasses, and then also, more importantly, if there are certain medical diseases or medical conditions that might also compromise or affect your vision, it's also important that those are addressed on time. Many of those diseases, if we wait a little bit longer, I mean, they have more permanent damage effect on your vision. for instance, glaucoma, which basically is high pressure inside your eye. In many instances, you don't know. You seem fine, everything's going okay, but gradually losing your sight vision over time. And I mean, normally by the time you realize something is going on, it's way too late in the game. And usually there's nothing you can do to reverse the damage that has happened. So it's very important, especially if you want to get into your 40s, I mean, and so on, to start having regular eye exam, not just to help your vision, but also to detect if there are certain conditions that is going on in your eyes that maybe you're not aware of. Diabetes is another disease that might have such impact in your vision. I'm trying to think, I just saw a patient today. He just told me, I mean, his mom has multiple sclerosis, and he didn't even know, and so we did the dialysis just today, this afternoon. And I'm still not clear whether his is due to multiple sclerosis, but same thing, he cannot see better than 20/40. So again, if he hasn't come in to have the eye exam, he might think things are going fine, but obviously something is going on inside his eye, which means he wasn't even aware of. He's just thinking it's a glasses issue, but to me, I found out it's more than glasses. So it's very important to me overall that we do have regular eye exam. Usually in our community, the African community, the disease glaucoma is very, very prevalent. It's very common. We are more predisposed to have glaucoma than any other ethnic group. So it's very important to me, at least in the African American community, for us to have eye exam to rule out that you don't have glaucoma going on in your vision, because it will have a certain consequence.
Thank you. Okay, another question. How does your role impact your patients? So, no, I do want to sum up. So it seems like, Dr. Nakwe, that you really deal closely with case managers, and you're kind of over the case managers.
Not really. I collaborate now. My department is within what we call the care coordination as a general. Now, my department collaborates with the case managers that are inpatient, working directly with the patients. So what I do is that I'm involved in collaborating with them with discharge planning of those patients. They seek my help when they have issues or high risk or complex cases, and then any issue relating to discharge planning of those patients that are having problems because of me. So my department will provide the advice and suggestion and the resources. So in a way, my department acts more like, I'll tell them, am I a third-party insurer for the health system? Because we deal with a lot of unfunded patients and underinsured. So there are certain services that we need, rather than us keeping them in the hospital, in the ED, and then having an overflow in the ED, and then increasing the length of stay. When we determine that they are stable, there is no need for them to stay in the acute setting. So based on their level of needs, we can transition and help them pay for those services to link them back, transfer them back to the community. So that's why my department operationalized what we call the post-acute care collaborative network with different providers that are in the post-acute care setting. So we can transition those patients from the acute setting to the inpatient. So let me say, for instance, if they need subacute rehab, got involved in a motor vehicle accident or had stroke, the patient is uninsured. And then we feel that this patient will need an inpatient rehab, rehabilitation. We cannot afford it because the patient doesn't have insurance. We can't keep that patient in the hospital occupying our acute bed because we need that bed. So it's cost effective for us to transition that patient to a rehab facility to patient to get that rehab, and then support that patient to go home to improve the outcome. If we need to provide equipment, DME, we do that. And then we link them back to our outpatient rehab to continue rehab. So what we're trying to do is to improve the overall health of that patient, not leaving them halfway through that process. So my department supports them, link them through that process, and then to ensure that care continues. So in a way, although we are dealing with medical, it's like public health intermingled with medicine. So we are supporting them because mostly when you look at the preventive aspect of health, although you cannot add any dollar value to it, it plays a key role if you quantify the value to monitor what it does to improve the outcome of that patient. So it's not only giving medicine or treating, there are other stages of healing and rehabilitation which my department supports and then ensures and collaborates with all the team, including the physicians and then all the practitioners, so they know we are the resource to be able to make those things happen. Lovely.
How does your role impact your patients?
As a nurse practitioner, we are the direct contact to the patient. So we'll diagnose, we'll refer them to different services, whatever other service they need, and we will be the direct person for them if they have any questions or any concern, or sometimes we are their main providers.
Dr. Gege, how does your role impact your patient?
Well, I mean, my role, I have two roles. I mean, I see myself, playing in the office. The first one is to deal with the complaint they come in with, to address the issue. And then the other role is to educate, to provide them the necessary information they need, either to know better what is going on, or if it's something that we have to refer to the tertiary service provider, and then we make that referral and make it happen. So those are basically what it is. It's either, sometimes they come in, for instance, an example is somebody coming in for cataracts. Everybody gets cataracts. Okay, at that stage, can we improve the vision with glasses or contact lenses, or do we have to go ahead and have surgery done to remove the cataract? So, again, when I say inform also, again, I'm discussing with the patient too. It's not just me imposing my opinion on them, and I provide them the information, and then we'll say, okay, which one is a better choice here, which one do we go with it. So based on that, if the patient says, okay, I'd rather go ahead and take care of this through surgical means, then we'll make the referral. And then if it's something that's okay, I have some appointments I want to deal with, I'm going out of town, I don't want to have a surgery, then maybe we can say, okay, we'll do this later on. So in the meantime, let's go ahead and provide you some other treatment modalities. So those are the two roles, to provide the information and also to treat what I can.
All right. One of my favorite questions I would love to ask these healthcare professionals is, what is the best resource in your area of healthcare that the community can utilize? There might be a lot of people that are in the audience that might not have health insurance or maybe unaware of, let's say, waiver programs, funding, free clinics, different resources, subsidized resources that could better help them to be well and let not cost deter them.
As you all know, I already work for Grady Health System, and then some people might think that Grady is more like a public hospital or community hospital. Now, Grady has a lot of investments for underinsured. I would say, this is what I would say, Grady. Grady is the hospital that treats everybody equally, whether you have insurance or you don't have insurance. When you step in there, they do. Hello? Yeah. When when you come to the hospital as a patient, you're treated like a human being, like an individual, whether you're homeless or you don't have insurance. So that's one thing very peculiar about Grady. We respect our patients no matter their standing. So Grady has a couple of neighborhood clinics within the county, Fulton, DeKalb County, like you have in Asayansi, East Point, Camp Ridge, Brookwood, and then other the IDP for infectious disease, like those patients that has HIV, and then also they have the behavioral health. So this covers like almost all aspects of health. So individuals can go in there and then seek medical treatment without coming into the main Grady health system. And then also Grady has ambulatory clinics, primary and different specialties, because we have both providers from Emory and Morehouse practice at Grady, and also Grady is a teaching hospital, and then also an academic and a research hospital. So they have those resources. Then we have workers like social workers, community health workers that work with those patients, and then financial counselors also screen those patients. Those patients that has financial needs, there is a way they can get their care as a subsidized rate, even getting their prescription within the system. We even have food for medicine program that they get prescription or get access to fresh food for those patients that have comorbid conditions, diabetes, heart failure. It's not only giving medicine, those conditions can be managed by through nutrition. So they have access to fresh food or how to prepare it, even prepare delivered meals, including for the seniors. They have navigators that get access, reach out to those seniors to look at their prescription, make sure they're managing it well, and then how they're managing their conditions. So those resources are there for the county, even people outside the county to access, and then, and there are people there that can guide them based on the need. And then even we link the patients, some of them are stable to alternate housing or shelter or housing, help them apply for housing vouchers. So these are the resources available that people, when they come in, they can ask for. And then even based on assessment, because we base it on social determinants of health, so you have to think about the socio-economic status, you think about housing, all these things play key role to the individual's health. It's not only giving medicine. If you want them to improve on their outcome, you need to think about their living condition. You need to think about their financial status. All these things are stressors that can impact their health. So we have resources, those people that can do the normal assessments and link them to the resources, as we are talking about health equity. So meeting them at their level, based on their level of needs.
Thank you.
I think she covered most of the resources that's out there. I would add the public health department. So a lot of people kind of overlook the public health department. If you have any type of needs, the public health department is a place that you could tap into to get a lot of resources there.
Thank you.
Regarding eye care, there are several ways you can, for people that cannot afford the surveys, there are two primary ways. I mean, either through the public avenue or through private avenue. What I mean by that is, through the public avenue, you have disability program by the government, by the state and the federal government that you can, if you qualify, that you can link into. So I'm not going to go into those ones, but on the private side, you do have certain organizations that do provide, for instance, free eyewear for people that cannot afford to get, their own eyewear. This like the Lions, I think it's called the Lions organization, or even the Rotary. They do provide eyewear for low income or people that cannot afford it. But that is one. Then regarding medications for eye care, because usually they are very expensive. For some reason, eye care medication are very expensive. An example is glaucoma medication. They're very expensive. And these are chronic disease, so you're on the drugs for a very long period of time. So a lot of people that cannot afford it, a lot of people are not aware of this. But all these pharmaceutical companies, they do have departments that do address people that cannot afford medications. So, if, I mean, I didn't come with the 800 number, I provided it, but if you call the pharmaceutical company, you call the 800 number, of course you have to meet the criteria, but if you qualify for the criteria, and then they'll provide you those medications for free. You know, so that is every pharmaceutical company have that department, I mean, for people that cannot afford medications. The other one is for surgical interventions, okay? Again, I'm not going to go into the government side, the public sector, but also a couple of private offices that I refer patients to that might need surgery, like for cataracts. They also have programs for people that cannot afford. It's not totally free. I mean, I get maybe in very weird situation they might probably provide the service free, but usually they'll do it at a very reduced cost to the patient. So, and usually what happens is those facilities, those medical facilities, they have private individuals and companies that support them in that service. So they provide the service, and then the private individuals company will pay for that procedure for the patient. So those are the ways. I mean, either for surgical intervention, the medications, or eye care. Those are the ways you can access reduced costs if you cannot afford it.
Thank you.
There are additional resources outside the Ready Health system that people can access. There is an organization called the Good Samaritan.
Yeah, Good Samaritan.
Good Samaritan is very good because these are good professional doctors, nurses, they donate their time. They serve the population. There is one in Gwinnett County, and then I know there is one in downtown in Sonowell. You can get a subsidized. Okay. You can get subsidized care from those places. You know, they provide comprehensive care, and then if there is any need for any surgery or whatever, they will make the appropriate referral and make sure you receive that care in a subsidized rate or whatever. And then also for prescription, I do suggest when you go to your physician, be specific when they are writing prescription. They might write it for you. Just let them write generic. Generic medication is very cost effective. When writing, it will help you save money. And then some of the even drugstores, Publix, Walmart, some of them have some generic prescription they can give you free of charge or at a reduced rate, so you don't spend too much money, like blood pressure medication or whatever. You see if those ones you are. So when you go to your doctor, they are writing prescriptions. Some of them don't have in mind, or the practitioner, they just write it. Just mention that you prefer it to be in generic. It does the same thing. Then another thing to use is there is a good RX. Sometimes it might even be cheaper for you to get your prescription through good RX. You Google it, you put in the prescription, and then your zip code. It will pull the pharmacy, and then also give you coupons. Sometimes it's even cheaper to use it. I have used it one time. I was going to Nigeria to get my prescription for malaria, anti-malaria. You know, I'm allergic to chloroquine. I don't use it. So the doctor said, my physician said, use doxycycline. And for my insurance, it was expensive. I went through good RX, it was cheaper. So when I went to pick it up, I told the pharmacist, I'm using good RX because it has coupon at a discount, and that's how I got it. I would have paid more with my insurance. But with using the good RX, so these are options people know to use, and they make healthcare cost effective and manage it in order to pay for your prescriptions.
Thank you.
There's some pharmacy as a $4 list, and there's a lot of medicine out there that's there on the $4 list. Walmart has a $4 list, and Publix has a $4 list. So a lot of times, like a lot of us who have high cholesterol, and instead of taking simvastatin, which is much more expensive, Walmart, Publix, and I think Kroger is on, they have it cheap, you can get Propofol instead of simvastatin. And there's a lot of the medicine that you could use that's on the $4 list instead, even blood pressure medicine. Publix says blood pressure medicine is free because amlodipine is free at Publix. And if it's not free, there's a lot of them that's on the $4 list. And Mercy Care is another resource that you could tap into if you're looking for low-income care.
I want to tell you guys, thank you so much for these resources. A lot of times we feel healthy in our bodies, so you know how we get a cold or we're really sick, we get the flu and we're like, oh my God, you take for granted how good you feel in your body until you get sick. And right now, I definitely want to thank you guys so much for being here and telling of these resources, because it's not until we get sick or when we have to start coming out of pocket for, let's say, a chronic healthcare disease, and we're taking out money that is, every month, like let's say a prescription is $50, $80 a month, we're like, whoa. That's cutting into my budget. But utilizing these resources, going to Good Samaritan, Mercy Hospital, calling the 1-800 number for the eye medications, and seeking out these resources so that we can have cost-effective care that even when we don't feel good and let's say we don't have the money at the time, we know that these resources are out here. Grady, she says she basically is the insurance company, not the insurance company, but the funding source for Grady, for the homeless, for the underserved, for the low income, and making sure that basically all of these three healthcare providers, their biggest thing is to keep everybody out of the hospital. We have from the post-acute care to the emergency medicine to eye care. The whole goal of healthcare is to keep patients or keep citizens out of the hospital and not let them to return. Because when they return back to the hospital doesn't get paid. And not just that, who wants to be in the hospital? It increases their chances of infection, of more diseases, and of decrease in their health, I guess, how do I say it? And their overall health.
Time from work, taking time from work.
Yeah, take time from work. Yes, that job does not care about you. No, just joking. Take time from work. Take those extra days that you do not feel good in your body. When your body tells you to rest. Would y'all? I guess we can probably even wrap up. Can you guys give like little tidbits, healthcare tidbits that you feel like you want to share with the community?
Okay, wellness is important. I know we immigrants, we like to work very hard. Now, we love to work very hard. We put in a lot of hours, and then we need to take some time and rest. Have quality time with your family. Take time away from work. Do not involve yourself about neglecting your physical and working too much hours without going for physical. Now, making sure you go for your annual physical is very, very important, that it helps for early detection. And then female women will go for the breast screening, all the necessary tests that are required. Make sure, because under the Affordable Care Act, all the preventive medicine are covered 100%, all preventive care. So utilize it. And then also for immunization, if you don't feel like pain, you can go to the public health system like the healthcare centers. You can get those immunizations. Get your kids even. I know there is so many people out there, so many subscribed theories there about immunization. That's the way public health cured a lot of diseases like polio and then smallpox. Now, we don't have that herd immunity anymore because we have a lot of people saying there is nothing wrong with science. These are science proven. So look through, make sure you take care of yourself and your family. Take care of yourself. Look out for your children. Be there for them. Working and making all that money is not all that. So what you need to do, give them the basic foundation so they can grow and then do well in future. Thank you.
Making sure you get your annual, there's certain things that you have to do at certain stage in life. Like at age 50, it's recommended that you get a colonoscopy. And a lot of us was like, I'm not getting a colonoscopy, I don't like the way they do it, the procedure, they have to go in my rectum, put it to sleep. But it's important that you get a colonoscopy because if you have cancer in your family or you're predisposed to cancer, the earlier you find out, the better it is. Because if you found out when it's early stage, then they could take care of it. If you find out when it's end stage, your chance of getting a cure is less. So making sure you do all the preventative measures before you actually get to the disease process. And there's a lot of us walking around with high blood pressure. And one thing that I always say, oh, my blood pressure is always like that. It's not normal. Even though your blood pressure is high, and it's always high, your body gets used to you functioning with a high blood pressure. But at the same time, what we don't see is the effect that it's doing to your body. Walking around with high blood pressure, you're damaging your kidney, you're damaging your heart, you're damaging your vision, and we don't see those damage that high blood pressure is doing to your body. We know that sometimes it gives you a headache, and you'll take some pills and you're fine. But at the end, and that's how a lot of people end up in dialysis, because you did not see when high blood pressure was damaging your kidneys. You don't know high blood pressure is damaging your vision, and so forth. So it's better, prevention is better than cure. So always get your mammogram, colonoscopy, make sure you get your yearly physical, and make sure you know what's going on before it's actually get there.
You guys have said almost everything. The only thing I'll add to that is, I think we just have to change our attitude regarding healthcare. One of the things I feel in the African community generally is we are more reactive. We don't think of to be proactive. Like you said, prevention. What do I do to prevent things before it gets worse? It's only when things get bad or when we start having issues, that's when you feel, oh, I now have to go in and see a doctor. That attitude has to change, because usually at that time, you probably have things that probably either it's going to be more expensive to take care of, it's going to take more time, and it's just more inconvenience for you. So if you can prevent things before they get to that level, I think that's more important. In the case of eye care, like I did mention to you guys, the disease is very common. I see patients at least once every month, whereby the vision is already gone. That's when they come in. Oh, I cannot see again. Well, at this point, I cannot do anything to it because you waited so long. So whereas if it's something that they've been doing, they've been checking their vision, over time they will realize this. So just changing your attitude. Don't wait until when things get bad before you take action. Try to be more on the proactive and prevention side. And more so too, at least for eye care, you don't have to come to me, wherever person you go to, try to go to the same doctor you see on a regular basis, because the advantage of that is the doctor you see from year to year, he has a record. And some cases you can compare what is going on with the patient's health by seeing what it was before. Like here 2 years ago, okay, your pressure was like this, this was what your vision was, and now you're here today, this is what we have. Something is going on here, let's dig deeper. Whereas if you go into all these other places because you're looking for the best and all that, I'm seeing you for the first time and you say you have a high pressure in your eye. I don't know if that's something that just developed or you've had it for a long time. So it creates those kind of gap between your care. So try to see the same provider you're seeing, wherever you go to. So that way, if they are good, if you're okay with them, if you don't feel okay with them, that's fine. You can ask me to go somewhere else, go with your record. So at least you want to have a way to monitor what's been going on in your body over a period of time, not just at that point that you came in. Because pressure vary, things change. Maybe things just happen at that point when you're in. But over time, you can see more of a trend of the pattern of what is going on with your health.
Thank you so much. I would like to give a round of applause for these healthcare professionals and for giving us your time and your wisdom and your knowledge.
You guys have your camera, we can take pictures. Oh, sorry. One more. Oh, you good?
All right, at this time, I'll just ask Casby of Caribbean Live TV to come for 1 minute and to.
Hello, everyone. Well, I hope I'm the last person to speak because you saved the best for last. Okay. So, my name is Caroline Von Cook, aka Cassie B. I am representing Caribbean Live TV and Caribbean Live Radio, which is an online TV and network station here in Stone Mountain, right down the street on Memorial Drive. And we have a number of things that we do in the studio: videography, photography. We provide hosts. We also have podcasts and various things, and a beautiful studio space rental if you'd like to rent a space. I also host a show every Wednesday called The Promo Show, so I help to promote some businesses within our community. Also highlight any events that you may have, or if you've just written a book, like I have, anything like that. So I do have business cards with me, so if you'd like to take my information, I'll be happy to pass it on. So please, if you could follow us on Instagram and Facebook, it's Caribbean Live TV. Also on YouTube, it's Caribbean Live TV Global. So that's it. Well, thank you very much. I would love to thank Austin Thompson for putting this event on. So, One Georgia Vote and Caribbean and One Voice Africa. Thank you.
Yes, Ken. Also to Manny of the Tanzania community of Georgia, come for a few minutes.
Thank you everyone for inviting us. My name is Tumaini Masi. I am from Tanzania, and this is actually my first time being here around this diverse community of empowering one another. I'm so grateful you guys organized something like this because there is so much that needs to be done in our communities, especially our immigrant communities. There are still a lot of things that we don't understand when it comes to how to empower ourselves, health-wise, financially, economically as well. And I'm so grateful that this was organized, and it's an opportunity for us to get to know each other, network, and I will definitely be reaching out to my Tanzanian community and let them know about this so we can all be participating in this. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Put your hands together as we bring Representative Shagun, while also after Shagun, you're going to prepare to have a great raffle, so give him a hand.
I'm not the raffle. All right, this has really been a great program today. I wish we had more bodies in the room so people can really know what we are doing as a community. But that's the job that we have to continue to do in getting this event recognized in our community. One thing I want to mention, we had Representative Billy Mitchell stop by. He's the minority chair, the chair for the Democratic Caucus, and he was here. Unfortunately, he had another event, so he had to leave. So greetings from him. That shows that we have representation with all the state reps and officials that stopped by today. That tells you that we have people that are ready to listen to our community and address the needs or issues that we have. March 20th or 21st, just mark those 2 dates on your calendars. We'll confirm one, but we're going to have African Caribbean Day at the Capitol downtown. Make sure that we get our community's voices heard, because part of advocating for some of your issues is having a presence. And when they see you there at the Capitol, which is your house, because you pay taxes for the people that represent your interest, by you being there, we'll be able to augment the voices and the issues that we're concerned about. So please, I know Austin and Adafe will coordinate with the groups and make you aware of the actual day, but please, we need representation there. It will be in the morning around 10. And when you're there, we will recognize you in the gallery, because I think it's important that the legislators know that we have a community that is present. Also, this week, February 28th, if you can come down to the Capitol, it's the last day for Black History Month, and we'll also be down there celebrating that event. All the Africans will all be in attire, representing and showing the quality of our culture and our history. So once again, thanks to all the groups that put this together. Please give yourself a big round of applause, because this is the work that we do. If you have not purchased anything from any of the vendors, please do it before you leave home. If not, you will not win the Lamborghini I'm raffling off next. All right, I'm only kidding. All right, thank you very much, and thanks to the host and the hostess. You guys did an excellent job. Please give them a round of applause.
Thank you. Boy, can you just come forward and let's do this raffle?
Thank you. Good evening, good afternoon, hello? All right, my name is Borby Bropley. I'm a financial professional. Ladies and gentlemen, on a serious note, our community needs financial education and financial literacy. It's very, very urgent. You can clap for that. 2023 is going to be a very different year. So if you have written your name on a paper over there, you have a raffle ticket here, and we'll just go through. We have some beautiful prizes here. Aren't you supposed to be modeling? So I'm gonna go through that quickly here. I guess I need my other hand. If you wrote your name on a piece of paper there, we'll be reaching out to you. We have several other financial professionals here in the room, and you probably may have met the table over there. Say hi. We're all involved in financial education and financial literacy. All right, let's get to it. Let me be fair. I'm gonna shake it. And let's see here. All right, 672. Last three numbers, 672. You won? All right. I beg, bring your ticket though. Okay. 656. 656. 654. 655. 671. 671. Come on down. 671. Come on. All right. 659. 660. Yeah, go over there and pick one. 668. 668. 662. 657. 653. All right, we're wrapping up. 653. All right, give it up for 653. You see, I told you you'll win. All right, she's right here. 653. Great. 663. 663. High five, high five. Oh, wow. And she got this beautiful karaoke mic. Thank you so much. All right, so I'll go ahead and
Thank you. Thank you so much, Bobby. Thank you, Natasha. Thank you. Oh my God. I don't know who to thank and where to start. And then I want to appreciate everyone who's still here. You're still here for a reason. You're still sitting here because you want to see an end to this. I want to say a special thank you to our own Honorable Thompson Stan. Please don't stand up and just scream and yell and shout for him. Y'all see how he's just giving you all an attitude and just acting as though he can't see you all? See, I got him laughing. So, I want to tell you a little bit about this man. From day one, I've known him. He's been a workaholic, okay? As he's standing here, he's sick, but he had to be here and make sure he runs things from start through to end, okay? And I couldn't say thank you to anyone else but you for putting this together. You are a uniter. You don't only unite, you keep us united. So I want to say thank you, most especially. Next person to say thank you is him. This man, see how they look? Come over here. So the chief himself, Chief Idafe. Please give him a stand-up ovation. So it's not easy to plan an event like this. It is not easy. So from day one, it's been the two of them, you know, commanding us like kids, like, Vivian, you're gonna do this. This person, you're gonna do this. I'm like, these people are really out of their mind. So, but that's the only way you can deal with the African community, like with us Africans, right? Just tell us what to do and we'll do it. And that's why we're here. So thank you so much, Chief Idafe. Thank you so much, Honorable. Thank you so much to our audience, because without you, we wouldn't be here. Without you, we wouldn't pull an event like this. So I want to thank you all for showing up. Our next event is going to be magnificent, okay? Our next collective, our next One Voice Africa and Caribbean Georgia vote, okay? It will be coming up. You will get the announcement, but put September in your calendar. The African Immigrant Heritage Month is gonna be our next big thing. It's on the works, it's in the planning, and y'all will definitely know. Thank you all so much. United we stand. Thank you. One Voice and Caribbean, we appreciate you all.
Yes, together we will, together we can, and together we bring it home. With that being said, I want to bring to the microphone Chief Idafe. Gonna come to the microphone, the one that work and put everything together and make everything come to fruition. Chief Idafe.
Thank you, thank you. Everybody wants to go home, but please, give me a round of applause, please. Come on, let's go. Thank you, thank you. It's been, Vivian said, Honorable Austin and I, but to be honest with you, it's been a team effort. Yes. From the Caribbean to the One Voice Africa, I stand here and I appreciate all of you. maybe there was not that many people, but let me tell you, there were quality people in this room today. Thank you. Quality. And I'm proud to say that from One Voice Africa, from 26, we're moving up to like 30 something, just because we put this event. We had Tanzania come out, you know what I'm saying? So we're getting more countries getting involved. Yeah. So I came up here to say thank you and also introduce Mr. Thompson, Honorable Thompson, to do the closing remarks. But before I do that, we have to understand that it's not easy giving your house, opening up your house for free. So I just want you to understand, you don't get this for free all the time. So if you go meet Mr. Philman, don't ask him to give it to you for free. You have to, there's a price. You understand? So, but he will do what he can when it comes to events like this. So at this time, I want to call Mr. Austin to come up for a sec. And we have a little plaque here that we want to give to the Eritrean community. Okay, it's a certificate of appreciation. Mr. Yonis is not here, so I'm going to ask Mr. Philbin to accept this from us to show how appreciated we are that he opened up this facility, that his community opened up this facility for us. So why don't we give him a round of applause before we award him this, please? And I'm going to let Mr. Austin do the honors. He'll say a few words.
Yes, so Mr. Philbin, I want to thank you and the Eritrean community for opening up your facility to us. We are here as a family, not just as African and Caribbean people, but as a family, a united family. And I'm appreciative of the fact that you and your community recognize what we are trying to do and the objective we're trying to set as coming together and collaborating and forming an alliance. To everyone who is here, I want to thank you all for coming out and supporting this event. Again, this was a broad vision shared by everyone within Caribbean, Georgia Vote, and One Voice Africa. This was a team effort. This was a collective which started at the Guyana Association building where we discussed this. It started out as just, hey, this is what we want to do. Oh, it would be nice to do this. Oh, it would be wonderful for us to do this. Well, this is the culmination of that. This is the manifestation of that. You know, it's not just wishing and hoping and thinking, but it's also executing and doing. And we're so glad to have, hey, look, we could have had a room full of, we could have had 300, 400, 500 people, but you know what? Whoever was here today was supposed to be here. And next year, when we have the second annual, after this event, they will see what a success and what an impactful event it was. And then next year, we'll have an even more successful event in terms of numbers. But today was truly a success. We thank our vendors. Vendors, give yourself a round of applause. The Nigerian Nurses Association, thank you. Thank all of our panelists, our food vendors. We want to thank Mr. Charles, Charlie B, Mr. Babatunde, Oluwale, our DJ. You know, I want to thank all the members of One Voice Africa, Caribbean Georgia Vote. And with that, I want to just extend this to you in appreciation for your support and your community support. Thank you. So before we leave, just whatever, if you haven't eaten or if you've eaten and you would like to eat again, just support our food vendors out there, collect a plate, take a plate with you on your way home. And we just want to say thank you again. If you took pictures, just share it on your social media feeds, and we'll be in touch with future endeavors, collaborative endeavors. So thank you very much. Thank you.